I mean, election. Oh, sure.
Right. Yeah. This.
Okay, it's not. Okay.
I'm not at I could. Yeah, yeah, just want to do the option and I don't want.
Audio check.
Maybe.
I have monitor envy.
Otherwise you were the school.
So I'm gonna go through the read-ins, okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I sent everyone, yes, I had asked. Oh, yeah, actually, I did it. Everything's the same. Quick look.
I finally found my special purpose.
No.
No, sure, but yes, I did.
Oh.
Wow. There we go.
Is there anything missing?
Oh, this is fun.
Good job.
There we go.
Finally found my special purpose.
Tim, good morning. You said roughly like 3 hours in that range, potentially, give or take, right? Okay, thank you. No, just checking. Thank you. Okay, wow. But your colleagues may have some.
But there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
sorry.
No,
No,
that's good.
we-
That's good.
It's all
Thank you.
good. It's a lot of homework to prepare the questions.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
We're a little early. We can wait 3 minutes. All right. I guess if we're just all going to awkwardly sit here in silence, we don't need to burn the extra 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Docket 25-12-13. We are back for day 2 of the evidentiary hearings in this docket. We can start with administrative matters. I have one quick one. I believe OCC requested a copy of the running late file and read-in list. And I don't know if Robin has sent it yet. So we sent a courtesy copy, hopefully to all parties this morning, of just want to clarify, like, that's what I'm working from. That's subject to change pending, sometimes read-ins convert to late files, sometimes late files end up coming off, but that's what I've got so far. And so the actual announcement I wanted to make is if anyone sees anything on there that seems incorrect, or if anyone who requested one of those, it's not exactly what you asked for, we can raise that as an administrative matter at some point in the proceeding and change it. And I think the only other thing I wanted to say is that I daringly didn't bring a laptop charger with me. So this will be, for the record, it is 10 a.m. We'll see how long this state-issued laptop lasts before it runs out of batteries. And maybe the transcript here will be helpful at some future budget meetings. Okay, anyone else have any administrative matters?
Good morning, Chairman. We have one matter, and that is we would like permission, if it's acceptable to you and the other commissioners, to read in a number of read-ins that we have prepared.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go in sequential order. The first read-in that was not resolved is read-in B, that are referred to EOE 907 and EOE 571. And we'd like to have Mr. Correa please read the information into the record for read-in B.
Sorry, read in D or B?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Read-in B as in boy. Thank you.
So just to clarify, the question was related to providing contract language that differentiated between work and non-working rates within the agreements. And in virtually all of our overhead line contracts, we include language that effectively has the same intent. And that is that once crews are on site and ready to support work, that is ERP work time. Standby time ends when crews arrive on site and are ready to support, not when work assignments are actually assigned or when the physical work actually begins. We reviewed the specific agreements for EOE 907 and 571, and the language that's included in those specific agreements is consistent with that approach. We will supplement to provide the specific contracts and language. I believe it's going to be EOE 58.
And the next read-in that was not resolved was read-in C as in Charles. And after discussing that with the clients, after yesterday's hearing, they would like permission to be able to convert that to a late file exhibit. At least our numbering shows that if you grant that request, that would be designated as late file 13, and we'd like permission to proceed to do that.
Sure, and I'm sorry, I missed which read-in that is.
I'm sorry, read-in C as in Charles.
Okay.
And that had referred to EOE 953 attachment 1.
Yep. Okay. So that'll be late file 13.
Thank you.
Sure.
The next read-in that we had in sequence was read-in D as in David, and that referred to EOE 969. And we're going to have Mr. Colorio read the information into the record.
Yes, as part of EOE 969, we were asked to provide the location of the WireGuard count for MS 19A. The WireGuard count for MS 19A is located in Exhibit ES IMT 4-2, page 44.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Colorio. The next read-in that we have in sequence, read-in E had been resolved yesterday. So the next one we have that's open is read-in F as in Frank, and that had referred to question EOE 462, attachment 1. Again, after consulting with the team yesterday, they would like additional time, so we'd like permission from the commissioners to convert that to late file exhibit 14.
Sure. That was F.
Correct.
Okay. That will be late file 14.
Thank you very much. And the final read-in that remained unresolved was read-in G is in good, and that had referred to EOE 765, attachment 1. I'm going to ask Jenna Turner to please read the information into the record. Please proceed.
Good morning. Read-In G asked us to go through the tree crew timesheet for each day and talk about the hours that were worked as well as the tree crew's travel time. So this specific tree crew is an on-property tree crew that works in Connecticut every day and has a blue sky parking location. The crew has to travel at the start and end of every shift to their parking location, which in this case spanned overnight shifts that started and ended on different days. However, in the case of 2/23, there was a shift change. The tree crew had to meet an RSO line crew at 2200 hours. The tree crew had to pick up their equipment, including performing a required pre-trip safety inspection, and then travel to the RSO start location, which was in a different area work center than the tree crew's blue sky parking location. We were able to do a deep dive on this single tree crew and locate email documentation that this was part of an RSO shift and that this specific tree crew was included on the RSO list attached to the email. We will supplement EOE 765 with the documentation. And this is an example of the documentation that is not in an exportable system, but that would have been available to our Eversource arborists approving the timesheets. So for the record, I will read the breakdown of the billed hours and the work location hours listed per day. On 2/22, 6 hours of time were billed and 6 hours were shown on the work location portion. On 2/23, 13 hours of time were billed. 12 hours were shown on the work location section. This was the day that the tree crew was assigned to an RSO dedicated shift and had to be on site to meet the RSO lineman at 2200. They could not show up at the tree crew parking location at 2200 to grab their bucket truck because they would have been late to meet the lineman. On 2/24, 16 hours of time were billed and 16 hours were shown on the work location section. This crew started and ended their shift at their blue sky parking location. And on 2/25, 15 hours of time were billed and 15 hours were shown on the work location section. And again, the tree crew started and ended their shift at their blue sky parking location. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairman, the witness used the word RSO. Could we have her just clarify for the record what the acronym represents? So Ms. Turner, could you please clarify for the record what the acronym RSO represents?
That's our response specialist organization. So that are the troubleman line crews, and others on this panel could talk more about their definitions, but that is a tree crew going out to meet a response specialist line crew.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, that completes the read-ins we were assigned yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thanks. That also, my sheet is also showing that all read-ins have either been satisfied or moved to late files. Just to keep it hopefully less confusing, I think we are, even for read-ins that were sort of converted to late files, we're just going to continue on the designation. So the next read-in would be I, rather than sort of reusing another read-in letter. And last, do any other parties have administrative matters?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Actually, sorry to rain on the parade of satisfied read-ins. Read-in E was provided yesterday. We had already completed, and so we just wanted to go back and double check. So we had asked for any of the contracting disputes tied to billing of equipment for when the vendor was on standby, relating back to OCC 532. And Eversource's response, they did provide for MidCon, but not for the other 3 contractors, which were MTV, Elecnor Energy, and Elecnor Hawkeye. And so we would be fine to a supplement related to read-in E, or if that's easier to convert to a late file, we're fine with that as well. But we just wanted to see if we had all of the contractors, not just MidCon.
The issue there is that those 3 audits have not concluded. So they're still being worked through right now. So MidCon had just finished a week ago. That was the most recent settlement that we had through the audit. So the other 3 will take time. It just depends on when the audit is finished, when the contractor has the ability to review the audit and sit with the auditor dispute the findings, discuss the findings, adjudicate the findings, and agree on a settlement. And then, so that could take some time. That's my only thing. It could be a timely issue.
That's, I think we're fine with that.
Okay.
Maybe what we could do is make it the next late file in order, and then if they're not ready, just the response would be as such.
I was going to suggest the same, if this makes sense to you, Attorney Pace, would be to just convert read in E to a late file with everyone's mutual understanding that it's already been satisfied with respect to MidCon, and that if there isn't any additional information available as of the late file filing date, as we can say the same thing we said yesterday, that we can just have a narrative explaining why that is. Does that make sense?
Thank you. That's a very reasonable approach. We agree to do that. So late file 15, Chairman?
Yes. Okay. And also, yeah, generally, Attorney Lopez, I think if I'd rather do late files than supplements, just because it gets hard to track, like that was a supplement, that's a late file. So I think if there are requests to supplement something, we'll just frame that as a late file request saying late file exhibit X, please supplement Y, if that makes sense.
That works for EOE. Thank you.
Okay. Any other administrative matters? Okay. The last thing I wanted to update, I think everyone on, is we are still planning for us in terms of scheduling. We are still planning to hopefully get through the remaining cross for this panel today. And then if we can, we'll be taking tomorrow off and coming back for panels 2 and 3 on Friday. I believe authority staff has some cross, just as an update for this panel, but because of the kind of rolling discovery that's been coming in, I think it sounds to me like the majority of their cross is going to be for next week. So the plan would be for this panel to return on April 1st. Is everyone on the same page for that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So with that, if OCC is ready and the panel's ready, we can resume cross from OCC.
Good morning. Kim White with OCC. Let's see, to start with, I'm actually going to correct something that I said incorrectly to you, Chairman Will, yesterday. You were asking, I was asking about exhibit CLP 49, parentheses A, and you asked me where it was located, and it was in the original filing, and I think I told you that it was in a July filing, and I was wrong. It's the part of the supports in the July filing, but the original is there. So I just wanted to clarify that in case I confused anyone yesterday. But it sounds like all the panel was obviously looking at the right information. And so I'm also going to return to Exhibit 49A and an exchange that we had regarding LFE 10 yesterday. So
One administrative thing I'd just like to note, and that is for exhibits ending with an A or a B, they're very voluminous, and so we'll take the witnesses a little bit of time just to be able to call that up. So we apologize for the delay. As soon as they hear the call number 49A, they're going to work to pull it up, but we just apologize. It may take some time just to be processed and be brought up on their screens. So I'm sorry for that. I want to give the context. Thank you.
so just let me know when you have it up.
And Attorney White, while we're waiting, could you repeat the reference so I can grab it? Sorry.
And it's Exhibit CLP-49 and then in parentheses A.
Thank you.
And it's regarding MS-23F, event MS-23F. Okay. Approximately page 2600, but I'm going to be asking kind of a variety of questions. So Thank you. Okay. So yesterday, we had an exchange about this and regarding LFE 10. And to be honest, so I know in LFE 10, you're going to provide us more information to completely forthright. When you told me that yesterday, I had a series of other questions and I thought I'll just set those aside to the LFE hearing. And when I was looking back over them last night, I'm a little concerned that I might get an LFE that doesn't necessarily address those questions and then we can't address them in the hearing. So I'm going to ask you some questions now, and if the answer is you don't know the answer, entirely acceptable if we can just roll that into the LFE so that we make sure the LFE covers that information. Okay?
Sounds
Okay.
great.
So yesterday, if I understood you correctly, when we were looking at the, on page 2600, when we were looking at the list of, it's the timesheet and it shows the travel and it shows the list of all the employees who traveled. And you said that part of them flew, but that a handful of them were located in Connecticut and that was why they didn't fly. So I believe this will be covered in the LFE, but I want to make sure that the LFE it includes how the folks from Connecticut that are on the timesheets for travel for March 13th, March 16th, and March 17th traveled 16 hours. Everyone in the timesheet has the same travel for most of them, except for the one on the 17th. And so I just want to make sure we explain that.
Okay, yes, we will make sure we address that.
Okay. And then starting on page 2616, there's a series of toll receipts. And they are attributed to employees who are listed as on the travel time that either you're saying flew or came from Connecticut, and they're toll receipts from Ohio, et cetera. So I'm trying to understand how you can, I guess my question is, at the moment, it thinks either people flew or they were in Connecticut, and I can't account for a toll receipt in Ohio, and neither of those matters.
Nope, we'll make sure we address that.
So for all the toll receipts, it's a series of pages there for the next few pages, I think like 4 pages is toll receipts. And then my final question regarding all that is if everyone flew except for the few people that were in Connecticut, how did the equipment get here? Because there's travel time for the equipment in the timesheets.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
Go
so
ahead,
the
yeah.
equipment, for this particular contractor, they keep equipment local. So
Then why was the travel time for the equipment 16 hours?
okay, so we can reconcile that.
Yeah. We'll address it in the link. I didn't go to 20.
Yeah, so it sounds like two of these vehicles did travel with with the resources from Connecticut, but let us reconcile this for you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure, as I said, when we get LF, so that's going to be, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page as to that's all going to be included with the
Late file 10.
E10.
Close.
Yeah, do you want? I can add that to late file 10, just so that it's there, the specific question. Is it the same? Could you give me the page number again for this particular?
So we're starting on or about page 2600 of the exhibit CLP
Yep.
49A. And I had kind of a series of three topics there. Do you need me to go through those again real fast?
No, well, I have 2 of them already on 10. I was just going to add, I think the question was, please explain why the equipment appears to show, was it 16 hours of travel time?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Or
Yeah, so I was just going to add,
Varies.
LFE 10 already has 2 questions. I was just going to add a reference to page, I can say page 2600 et sec, like an annoying lawyer. And just add, please explain why the equipment appears to show 16 hours of travel time.
And the toll receipts too. Which,
And toll receipts. Okay,
Just to clarify, so that whole invoice is hundreds of pages, so we'll reconcile it.
okay.
May not just be those pages is all I'm thinking is.
okay, the reason I was asking specifically, like, it seems to me the people on those pages tied to the toll receipts. So that was why I was specifically asking that.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna leave behind for the minute our friends who flew in from Colorado, and I'm gonna turn to, so when we ended yesterday, we were talking about, the order number 8 in 200803, and we were talking about, the information that you required prior to that order. And I think you were talking about different core requirements on a timesheet, you listed off several of them. So my first question is, at that time, prior to the order number 8 in that docket, if any of those core requirements weren't on a timesheet, did you reject the timesheet? Like, what was the process? If the core requirement wasn't there, what occurred?
So it would vary on a case-by-case basis. Depending on what information was missing, we'd either reject or we go back to the vendor and request that information and make sure we had that in the file before, we approved and processed the invoice. So we'd always make sure we had all the information we needed as part of our invoice review process.
Okay, so then we shouldn't see any invoices in this docket that don't have that information because either you rejected it or you went back and got it.
Yes, we'd always require the, who worked, their job classification, the dates and the hours worked.
Okay, and then.
Or just one thing I could add is that, or we could determine the information that's missing through a collaboration of other documents.
And how would that be documented?
It would be documented in the various reports that we have.
That are in the docket here?
I would have to check, but there's more than one way, as we discussed yesterday, to validate the invoicing, other than timesheets. We know when the crews arrive, when they leave.
So if I could, one example could be if they had a piece of equipment on there and that's in dispute and we talk to an area work center and the area work center says, yes, no, I asked for that piece of equipment, that should be acceptable, right? Or why did they end up bringing more digger trucks than they were supposed to bring? And the area work center manager would say, I authorized that. But really what we're trying to do is utilize the timesheet to then verify what they're actually billing us through the invoice. So if the two don't match and there's missing information, first we'll endeavor on our end to see if we miss something. We use ARCOS, we use tracking sheets at the area work centers or through the resource acquisition team, and we say, oh, yes, actually our tracking sheet shows that they had 20 buckets or 20 crews, and therefore it matches their invoice, and therefore we would go back to the contractor and say, no, we've been able to rectify this. So maybe we didn't reject it, but we noted it and then approved the invoice.
As we said yesterday, it would be crew rosters, hiring documentation. Those are the additional details we would have to verify.
Okay, and you said, though, I think if I heard you correctly, you said we know when they arrive and when they leave. That's the field resource coordinator that knows that?
Field resource coordinator and through our crew rosters. The crew rosters include their start and end times.
And we also have a resource acquisition team that's calling the contractors. Typically, if we know that they're going to arrive at 9 a.m., 10 a.m., we're starting to call them, right? And they could, at that point, tell us, hey, we're still 2 hours out, or we've just crossed the border into Connecticut, but we still have an hour and a half ride to get to Danielson or another location. So we do try to not necessarily breadcrumb them along their journey, but as they're expected to arrive on system, we do check-ins.
Okay. And then order number 8 came out in the decision, and it had other requirements for timesheets. How did you convey those requirements to your vendors?
So starting 4 years ago, we had annual refresher trainings. We had a series, I think, that we provided in the dockets of that training, PowerPoint presentations. We also developed a job aid that helped walk contractors through. We highlighted areas where we saw discrepancies or high number of discrepancies. We asked and illustrated importance of certain areas and the importance of trying to track down that information when available.
Okay, and, oh, I'm sorry. In that, did you require this new timesheet information by, after date certain, you absolutely have to give me a timesheet in this manner?
Yes, I don't have the specific date, but I believe it was at least 3 years ago that we started that documentation. We did have it in all of our revised ERP processes, and when we hire a crew, every single contractor that we send a hiring email gets a copy of the current accurate timesheet that should be used for that storm.
And I'll add, in July of 2022, Eversource implemented the formal contractor storm daily timesheet or time and work report procedure.
And in your training or in your instructions to the vendors, what did you tell them would occur if they didn't submit the timesheets correctly?
We told them that if we did not have enough information off of their timesheet to properly identify hours worked, and the key pieces of information to validate their invoice, that it would be rejected. The invoice would be rejected until we resolved the timesheet, which could be reaching out to the ERFC, the field coordinator, and asking for clarification.
Okay.
Excuse me, while we're pausing, do you have a record of that process, like rejections and then subsequent approvals, or a summary?
We, in all of our invoices that get rejected, it then gets assigned an R1, R2, R3, number of times it gets rejected. We also keep a dialogue with the contractor, but sometimes if the invoice is not rejected, but it goes through a validation process where between the two parties, Eversource and the contractor, we're able to come to resolution. We find the signature, we find the missing piece of paper, the receipt, whatever. It may not get rejected, so therefore it wouldn't have a trail. But if it does get rejected, we do have those rejections going forward.
Okay, and then do you have a process to address, like if you saw a pattern with a particular contractor of problems, what would be your next steps to work with them or
Yes,
figure that out?
absolutely. We also we use that as part of our evaluation process as well with our contractors. So if there's a contractor that consistently does not provide us with at least adequate information to be able to invoice that, we will have further training with them, but that also impacts their basically quality score with Eversource. And then again, as we say, we have the annual training, which it's an all-day event. And I will say that it's attended. I would say we have probably 95% attendance, and we have 80 contractors on file. So, they don't only get a personal training session that the past 3 years has been held, regionally in New Hampshire, but also we will do ad hoc trainings with our contractors as well.
Thank you.
We also have supplier symposiums specific to Connecticut. Another thing I'd like to just add is we're always continuously improving, and we work with our contractors, because I'm sure you're all aware, there's only 120,000 line workers available to us in the country that are qualified to do this work. So it's a very limited set. It's competitive, as we've discussed over the last couple of days. And as a last resort, would we, reject a contract? We want to keep them in the flow, being available to us when we have, a large, very major event here in Connecticut. Knock on wood, it doesn't happen. We need them to be available to us. We don't want to slam the door on of our contractors because their paperwork is not, tight. Because that paperwork piece does not determine prudency. We have methods to determine the invoicing is correct and valid.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to jump in with I guess, sort of an administrative thing. So partially to reveal my own ineptitude and partially to clarify the record. Part of why I've been having so much trouble with 49A is I've been looking for where it is in the public record, and I finally figured out this was filed confidentially on July 10th, 2025 in docket 240330, and Pura's ruling allowed those documents to be filed confidentially without requiring, because of the massiveness of the record, without requiring the company to file a public version. So just for the record, if anyone's sort of trying to follow along here, this is why this document, that we've been discussing, isn't, as far as I know, available on our public docketing system. But I guess I just did want to confirm with the company again, acknowledging that we explicitly said that it wasn't necessary to file a redacted copy. There isn't a redacted copy of this document in the record. Is that correct?
To the best of our knowledge, that's correct. We're not aware of any redacted copy in the record.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And
Yes,
sorry
that
about
was, no, that's fine. That was my understanding too. And just for the record, we had spoken with counsel for the company before referring to things and make sure we're not referring to anything that is supposed to have been redacted, that they would want redacted. So
Understood. I just felt like I needed to say that in case anyone was as lost as I was trying to figure all that out. So
sorry.
thank you.
Picking up where we were talking about rejecting timesheets, have you ever, do you ever reach a spot where you've completely rejected a timesheet and refuse to pay? Does it always get resolved, or does it ever get completely rejected?
No, and there have been times where there's still outstanding invoices that actually are part of the storms that we have here that we've been UVLing and trying to come to resolution with some of the contractors. It could be for a whole host of reasons that we haven't been able to come to some agreement. And there are times where the contractor misinterpreted, his classification of a worker that he put on there. And we have to, at some point to move forward, come to an agreement with the contractor and say, okay, but going forward, this is clearly our expectation and clearly our reasoning for the manning. We point to the contract, but to come to some type of resolution that may be a reduction, we may meet halfway, things like that, but we document that and then we may move on. If not, there would be thousands, but there are still outstanding invoices that are being rejected constantly. In fact, we have an invoice tracker, and it points to the timesheet because it all starts along the way, whether it's the timesheet, but at the end, you're taking a full package. You're taking all of the timesheets, the whole invoice package, and doing a full review of that. So timesheets is part of it, and timesheets would be a reason why some contractors have had rejected invoices. We've missed signatures on timesheets, and you've had 4 or 5. And then we've had to reject some of those. We've had to then go back and recheck our steps and say, okay, do we have further documentation or reasonable information that says, yes, we know they were here. We know they were at this area work center. We know that they were with these other 2 timesheets and there was a timesheet missing. Yes, we do try to do that forensics so that we're not rejecting everything, but we have, and we do track the number of invoices that are outstanding. They go through a 4-tier process of review before payment.
I would just like to add one thing. If we don't pay them timely or, pay them at all, they don't want to come back. So we got to balance, the invoicing and most certainly get through the things that we need corrected. But it's important to understand that we try to process those invoices as quickly as possible, work with the contractors, get to resolution so that we can get them back for the next storm. That's important. If we have a large amount of dollars outstanding with the contractor, it's just like any contractor, they may be resistant to return here.
Okay, if I heard you correctly, you said that there were some in dispute. Do you mean there are some in the record here.
You.
Yeah, I got lost in there. You said you haven't submitted them. They're not in the record here.
I think they were listed, but just that they are still in dispute.
Okay. Um, is there any sort of cutoff date after which costs aren't charged to a particular storm anymore?
No, as long
Could
as
you
they-
just clarify the question in regards to
Please use the mic.
post-storm work that you're performing, or do you mean an invoice that comes in and late for a storm?
You know what, I will ask it in a two-part question. Thank you. So I guess my first thought, what I originally meant was, is there a date by which you don't consider the work being performed being part of the storm work? Let's go with that first. Like so many days after a storm, so many
Yeah, I would say,
whatever.
no, in regards to a set date or a set time frame, as we talked about yesterday during an event, that again, there are thousands of, the events we're talking about. We have storms on a regular basis, and those are handled on a very similar basis. But now we're talking about an event with thousands of events, many of which we're making temporary repairs. Some of those are capital repairs, which, as the chair pointed out, those would not be inside this proceeding. But many of them are normal maintenance type repairs. Those are still in our outage management system as a follow-up repair, and the area work centers are proceeding to work on those. And that, we don't set a time limit on when we have to make those repairs.
And then I was just gonna add, from a contractor perspective, the average has been about 30 days it takes them to get all their documentation together to submit. Now, obviously, they have their auditing process as well, and they may have missed something and then file a invoice with us, a few months after a storm, something they missed. They got a receipt from a hotel, or they got something in error, and now all of a sudden they're adding to their invoice or submitting a new invoice. But it's typically is about a 30-day process.
Okay, so that was going to be the part two of the question. So you're saying there's no set date, but generally it's about a month.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to go back to what you said, which was part one of the question then. So I'm a customer in the storm comes through, knocks my power off, you get it back going. My power is restored, I'm fine, but from your perspective, it's a temporary fix. So you're saying when you come out, however long later, month later, and make the permanent fix, you're still considering that part of the storm work?
That repair would not have been necessary if it was not for the storm. So yes, we'd still consider that part of the storm work.
Okay. I'm going to turn to OCC 441 Attachment 1. You can let me know when you get there.
Is this pertaining to the Google Maps?
OCC 441?
Oh, 441, sorry, I thought 41.
No, I'm sorry. OCC 441, 441, attachment 1.
I have it up.
Okay, we have it up.
Okay. And this is a list of vendors who receive double time pay. I believe it's showing by year whether or not they receive double time pay. I just have a quick question on a few of the vendors to help me understand what it is they did. So lines 4 through 7 is a company called Accenture. What work does Accenture do for the company?
So Accenture is generally a consulting company. Give me one moment just to look into this a bit further.
I believe that's for our ERP capability assessment.
So that's for
That was an independent third-party assessment around our restoration performance.
So when you say around your restoration performance, you mean assessing your restoration?
Correct, assessing.
So that would be, how is that part of storm work?
I believe those costs were allocated across multiple storms, if I recall correctly, but let's check with the folks who would know.
I've been asked generally if the panel could just keep your voices up and keep the mics on because we're having trouble. I think people in the back are having trouble hearing also. Thank you.
As far as why that supplier was charging double time, we can certainly look into that and evaluate it as a late file or a read-in.
Yes, if we, either one. If we could get that, in addition to, I tell you what, before we do the late file read-in, I'm about to ask for a few more vendors. So why don't we make sure that we know those, and then that way we can do one comprehensive late file if we need to at the end. So I'm going to put a pin in Accenture for the minute. My next question was line 104, Killingly Wyndham LLC. And my question was, what are they doing for the company regarding storm work?
I have Accenture and Killingly Wyndham. Are there any other suppliers that you'd like?
Yeah, or do we want to just go ahead and go through all 4 of them? Or, okay, the other one was an entry, it's on line 385. It's tax dash 20220702. And I'm so sorry if I harm this person's name, Meshram Tushar. Seems like it's an individual. And I have one more when you're ready for that.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Attorney White, I'm following along in anticipation of the late file. Can you give me the line number again for the Killingly vendor?
104.
104.
OCC 441, attachment 1, line number 104.
I am thankfully on the right exhibit, but I just missed the line number. Thank you.
And if I can, I believe you said the other one was Tushar, right? Randstad. Randstad organization was a organization that we used to hire temporary employees or potentially employees that used to work for the company and had the skill set to then help us during storms. So I'm assuming that with a tax ID, potentially that this could be a tax cost or some type of payroll that came out, but we contract through Randstad pretty regularly.
So I'll tell you what, let me give you the last one and then we'll just get an LFE. The last one is line number 445 and it's Tick and Turf LLC. And so what I would like is an LFE that tells me what services this person or organization, company provided for Eversource and how those services were related to storm work and which specific storms. So it's a kind of 3 parts.
We can do that. And Chairman, to confirm, that's late file 15?
I have it as late file 16. I have 15 as I think it was a conversion of a read-in, reference OCC 532. Please provide an explanation of any contracting issue. Oh, this was the conversion that Attorney Lopez asked for earlier. That I believe became late file 15.
Thank you, Chairman.
And I have that as reference OCC late file 16, reference OCC 441 attachment 1 for the following vendors. Please explain the services provided, why the costs are eligible for storm deferral. I think that's the question you're
Yes.
asking, and which storms the costs are allocated to.
Please, yes. And it was 4
I
vendors.
think I missed one. So I have vendors, Accenture. I have EG line 4 because I saw there are a couple of Accentures. Killingly Wyndham, line 104, the tax 2022 item on line 385, and I think I missed the last one.
Line 445, Tick and Turf LLC.
445. Okay. That'll be late file 16.
Question.
Are we? So we're talking about double time pay relative to that previous discussion. Do Eversource employees get double time pay
Yes,
for work on storms?
yes, but there's contractual rules around that. They work up to double time. So you may start your day at straight time, you may go to time and a half, and then ultimately on to double time. And then there's rules around regressing that or ending that premium. So there's a whole, CBA built around, our employees' work time. And it's different for different classifications as well.
Okay. Before I ask for this as an LFE, I'm going to just ask if it's possible. Is it possible to determine the total cost in this proceeding relating to double time pay for both vendors and internal employees?
Many vendors don't have necessarily what's considered double time. It's a working rate or a standby rate. That has evolved over the years where some contractors have paid time and a half and double time rates, but most of them have a working rate, which isn't necessarily a clear labor double time. So if you looked at an internal employee, you could probably go pretty easily directly back to the labor rates. But for a contractor, they're going to have all their overheads built into their rates.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
And
Go ahead.
just to add for the internals, RSR 99 on the labor tab would have the overtime broken out by pay code as Mr. Baldwin mentioned.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm pivoting a little here. In OCC 443, okay. We requested the job titles of who negotiated each contract, and the response gave some job titles, but not relative to each contract. And I just wanted to understand, is it the same people and the same job titles negotiating all of the applicable contracts?
So generally, people within those job title descriptions are negotiating the contracts. It's not always one person that is individually responsible for the contract. It might be a team that is working on a competitive bid and the authoring of an agreement in collaboration. We do have records of who that might be. In not all cases is that the person that managed all of the negotiation, and that's generally conducted as part of a team effort.
Okay, so my next questions, couple of quick questions involving flaggers, and I don't have a specific, this is generally conceptual questions. Do you generally use the town flagger services because they're required by the town? As opposed to using the private vendor services?
So we typically use either the flaggers or when you say the town, the local police.
It's local police, yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah,
Or the state police, depending on
right.
the location, of the work.
So I guess my question is, what I'm trying to understand is, we saw throughout invoices, receipts for private flaggers and then the town provided, the local police provided. And I was trying to understand, do you use the local police because there's a town ordinance or something that requires you to? Is that why you choose to do that?
It does, you guys can chime in, but it does vary by time. Different municipalities have different, requirements. So we follow those, but we use both the local police as well as flaggers.
And during an event, they usually, the police are not available. They're tied up on calls and working with us, and it's, it depends on the storm. Some storms, obviously they're not as impactful, but most certainly for the major events, it'll be difficult to get local town police, city police, state troopers sometimes available if needed, but the flaggers are most certainly used as a backup when they're not available.
Okay, I guess what you said there kind of took it in a different direction than I understood where it was going before. So generally, when we look through the docket, it appears on the whole, and I'm not referencing any given invoice here, that the town services for flaggers are more expensive than the private vendors. So that's why I was trying to understand when you use the towns and when you use the private vendors.
Yes, understood. Even with a town ordinance, a requirement for us to use their police in a major event, if their entire force is tied up, I mean, we're going to have the flaggers there for the safety of our workers. So there are exceptions.
Do you ever opt to use the towns when you aren't required to?
An emergency, you're trying to get whoever's most available. I mean, we're not, worried essentially about the cost of a flagger of a police detail versus a flagging company. We use flagging companies every day, so if it's allowed in that town, they are readily available to us. Those services are used daily.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to pivot again for my last couple of questions here. Order number 2 in the docket 181112, which was the last time we reviewed storm cost, it required you to file a set of metrics regarding ERP awards. Are the metrics that you filed in compliance with that order the ones that have been in use since that time?
And before they respond, are the witnesses familiar with this order she's referring to? And if not, would you be able to read it into the record just so that they would have familiarity with it and they could respond if they're able to? Thank you.
I'm assuming from the silence that you're not familiar with the order.
No,
I am not.
Okay. Let's see. Order number 2 in that docket. It said that no later than July 17th, 2019, CLNP at the time, in consultation with OCC shall submit for authority review and approval a set of metrics to be used to determine ERP awards for salaried employees.
That's say for salaried employees?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Landry, are you familiar with the order and do you have a response for Attorney White?
Yes, I am familiar with that.
Okay, thank you.
I actually, if this is the order, I'm thinking you're talking about the updates to the compensation policy for ERP awards?
Yes, but my general question is what I'm trying to understand is there was compliance submitted with order number 2, and it is the compliance submitted in that docket in response to order number 2, the metrics that are current, that have been in existence since that time. Though the metrics that were submitted in that docket are the ones that you've used ever since then, and you haven't changed them.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear what those metrics are in, that you're referring to in there.
They're the ones Eversource submitted in response to order number 2.
What I'd like to do, Chairman, if we could, is that it's a fair question, but I think what the witness is saying is that's not part of the current record. She'd like an opportunity to be able to look at the compliance filing we submitted and maybe do some research. So if there's no objection from OCC, we'd be happy to take the question as a late file that would allow for us to do some research, and then we can produce the witness at the late file hearing to respond to questions, if that works for OCC and the chairman.
That's for OCC, certainly.
Sure. So that'll be late file 17. And it's reference order number 2. Can you give me the date of the decision and the docket?
Yes,
Anyway.
it's docket 18/11/12. And the decision is dated April 17th, 2019. And I believe the compliance was filed on July 17th, 2019 by Eversource. Looks to me.
Okay. All right, so what I have so far, I've got the reference, but I need the question.
The metrics that were filed in the July compliance filing that I referenced there, have they been the ones that have been in use since that time? Or have other metrics been used other than those that are on file?
Okay. I have as late file 17, reference docket number 18/11/12, decision dated April 17th, 2019, order number 2, and associated compliance filed on July 17th, 2019. Are the metrics in the compliance filing, have the metrics in the compliance filing been in use since that time, or have they been changed? Is that the, okay, that'll be late file 17.
Actually, now that you say that, can I supplement? If they have been changed, could they show us where they filed the changes?
You just want to identify where the changes have been
Yes,
filed?
please.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Okay, and then my final question before I turn it over to Director Minikowski. I heard read in A, it was about overtime, and if I understood you correctly, when you read it in yesterday, you were saying that you found an error. I just want to make sure I understood what you were saying correctly. Did you confirm that the amount that was referenced will be reversed? You're going to pull that out?
Yes, that's
Okay, and in finding that error, so the read in A was relative to one individual in there. Did you look at any other overtime selections to see if they were affected?
Yes, this was a one-off. This was specific to this one employee, and we removed all associated hours with that from the cost recovery.
Right, but my question is, did you look at anyone else, or did you just look at the one employee to find the error, when you found the error?
In this particular case, the discovery question we received was for this one particular employee. So in this case, I mean, we review all costs as part of our filing, but in this particular case, this was a unique situation with this one employee, so.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Attorney Minikowski, just going back to my earlier couple of questions, and I apologize if I have not picked up on this yet, but you were talking about, remember we were talking about, how you look at irregularities and try to bring contractors, vendors, try to bring them on board because of the value that they bring and the essential nature. Do you use any performance incentives one way or the other either with vendors or even with employees, are there, that help control costs in this area?
Well, every couple of years, we do typically go back out to bid for new rates, right? And that can sometimes help us to adjust where certain vendors are to identify savings, right? So they may have said that they may not have received so much work with Eversource, so they've reduced their rates a little bit, and that's how we evaluate. That's one piece of how we evaluate contractors. The other is location and a bunch of others. I wouldn't say we incentivize any of the contractors, but we also do post-storm reviews on their performance. And that helps us in terms of evaluating contractors. There are certainly contractors that we look to, that we use fairly regularly because they're consistent, because they're timely, because they show up when they're supposed to. They don't change their rosters numerous times. Their timesheets are more accurate than others. They're a more consistent work base, that they know our system very well. We could have former employees that are working for that company that know our system very well and are locally based. That helps us. That's been a performance to show that, if they have employees that know our system, that they can perform better on our system. So all of these things kind of fall into it, and we have developed, I don't believe it's finalized in terms of the specifics of these metrics, but all of these things are pieces of that, and that's how we try to evaluate and weight our contractors.
Thank you. And then on the issue of expenses, for meals and reimbursement for flag work. Have you ever considered like a sort of per diem approach to sort of and make that part of this process? So there's, I know that's what we're subject to.
It's a very good point. So in this recent contract, we have shifted heavily to a per diem. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. It's $75 per diem per night for a line worker to stay at a hotel. If they have to stay over, it's $25 for a meal. And typically we do that at the beginning of a storm and at the end of a storm, because those are your two most variable times. You think you're getting 25 crews, but the contractor may only be able to get you 20, but if we have to hire the rooms, we're expecting 25. This way we have more accurate room numbers on the first night, and then we can be even more accurate throughout the storm. We've seen savings in that instance. And then the per diems for the meals as well. We don't start our catering services maybe to day 2 or 3 of a storm. That way we have a really strong idea of the number of crews and employees we're going to have, and therefore our catering requests can be much more accurate. So we're trying to hone in on, take out the variableness on either end of the backstorm. You also don't know necessarily when you're going to release a crew. So you may say, okay, this last day, we think we're going to be, throughout the day, we're going to be releasing a lot of crews. Let's not re-up another night of hotels and just ask them if they are going to be here, that they can use a per diem to pay for the room that night.
Okay, that's helpful. And would it be possible, if it's not burdensome, to show us an analysis of savings achieved by trying that, even, illustrative, because I think that's an important point to consider. It could be a change in practice that would be a cost control opportunity. Okay, thank you.
We can provide that as a late file, if that's acceptable to the commission.
Sure. If Commissioner Beecher would like, Commissioner Beecher, do you want to help me with that?
Yeah, an analysis showing cost savings from moving from past reimbursement practices to a per diem practice.
Okay, that'll be late file 18, and I have it as please provide an analysis showing cost savings associated with moving from past reimbursement practices to a per diem practice. Thank you.
Before we merrily roll along, Chairman Wheel, with the permission of the bench, maybe take a 5-minute recess.
Denied, no. just- Sure, we can come back.
See how it is.
11:10. We'll break it till 11:10. Thank you.
Thank you.
You gotta go? So in town, right, so. Fine. Right. Just from the over. Oh, yes. I don't know. Yeah. I let It's like they're very specific.
Yeah, I learned, I to go back. Forever on this YouTube.
Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? Good. You leave something up here?
Turn your mic off, just,
I
gotta. All right, we are returning from the Andrew Minikowski break. So if the panel is ready, we can resume with Cross from the Office of Consumer Counsel.
Attorney Pace, do you have everyone or do we need another? You're good.
Ever feel like there's a lot going on in a day?
No, not here.
Slow day.
This is a calm and serene environment. Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Minikowski. I'm the legal director for the Office of Consumer Counsel, and we've also been joined by Consumer Counsel Claire Coleman.
Morning.
I have a series of questions this morning. I'd first like the panel to turn to interrogatory response OCC 386, particularly attachment 1. And you can let me know when you've arrived at our destination. All right. And if it's helpful, I believe Mr. Bumping can pull up attachment 1 on the screen as well. .386 attachment 1. So this response looks at average storm costs per trouble spot and per customer over distinct periods of time. Is that fair?
Can you restate the question, please?
So this particular response looks at average storm costs broken down per trouble spot and per customer over 5 distinct periods of time. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Thank you. And would you agree that time period 1, during that time period, the company's ERP effective July 1st, 2018 was the ERP that was in effect?
Restate the question?
So the ERP that went into effect on July 1st, 2018, that's the ERP that would have been in place during time period 1 as reflected on this in
Please define what is the ERP?
the emergency response plan.
Okay. So which revision are you referring to?
So the version that was in effect, effective July 1st, 2018, is that the one that would have been in effect during time period 1?
I would need to check the date in which the procedure was placed.
Right. Attorney Pace, can we get a read in? Is that possible?
If they're not able to, if they're not able to get it quickly, we're fine with the read-in. And just to be clear, as I understand your question, you're asking the witness to confirm what version of the ERP was in effect
That's correct.
from 8/28/18 through 8/4/2020, correct, Attorney?
That's
Minikowski?
correct.
Okay.
And it's revision 2.
Okay.
It went in on June 27th.
It was signed in June 27th, 2018, excuse me.
All right.
And the effective date was July 1st.
Okay. I think that answered my question.
Okay.
No, so we don't need the read-in. This is going to happen several more times, so just warning you. So for time period 2, that would have been the ERP that went into effect on July 1st, 2020. Is that correct?
Revision 3 went into place June 30th, 2020. Yes, effective July 1st, 2020.
Thank you. And for time periods 3, 4, and 5 and attachment 1, that would have been the ERP that was effective July 1st, 2021, correct?
Revision 4, yes.
And is that revision of the ERP, that would have included revisions that were due to the outcome of Pura's Tropical Storm Isaias investigation in 2008-03? Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. On page 3 of 3 of that same attachment, OCC 386 attachment 1, there's a chart. Mr. Bumpin, if you could scroll down to page 3, it's probably going to be tiny, so it won't help anyone. But if you have it in front of you, the company provided average cost per trouble spot and average cost per customer, which would be a customer that had an outage. Is that correct? When I see per customer, is that every customer or just customers that were experiencing outages during a particular event?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
So the chart at the top of page 3, we see the cost per customer column.
Correct.
So is that cost per customer, is that the cost spread across all customers or just the customers that were out during a particular event?
I believe it to be the cost per customers out.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Sorry to interrupt.
You may.
That, like looking at line 1 of that exhibit as an example, the cost per customer is $57. I observed quickly with the help of a calculator that the total cost of 5.1 million divided by the total customer line of 90,000 is $56.13. I assume that's maybe how the $57 was arrived at because of rounding. So is that total customer column then in this exhibit? Does that mean total customers that were out, or is that the total customers?
Yes, as the total customers that were impacted and an outage occurred
Okay,
during that event.
thank you.
I'm sorry, Chairman Wheel, was that your only?
That was all I had,
All right,
sorry.
thank you. All right, so looking at that same chart at the top, at the cost per trouble spot, we see it starts for time period 1, it starts at 4,799. Is that correct? And that's the weighted average.
Correct.
So would you agree just generally that looking at the weighted average cost per trouble spot, that over time there has been an increase in the cost per trouble spot on the weighted average?
I think there's far too many variables to make that determination.
So you wouldn't agree that those numbers over time increase?
Well, again, I think where Chris is going is this is a post-event analysis. And for these are very large storms. And as we talked about yesterday, you're making decisions to bring in crews in advance of the storm based on a forecast. And yesterday, I went to some length describing all of the variables around those forecasts and the bell curve nature of those forecasts. But rather than go through all that again, I'll just talk about an incident. It's not on this chart, but it's probably fresh in everybody's mind. Just 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, there was a very, very well advertised blizzard, for lack of a better word, was heading in our general direction. The state saw it coming. The state themselves was activated. They were very involved. All the cities and towns were very involved. Based on the forecast, it had a wide range of forecast, but based on that, it was very similar for both Connecticut and Massachusetts. Both of our entity, Connecticut entity and Massachusetts, made the decision to hire approximately 500 external line crews. And we were in the process. Many of those were here in advance of the storm. Others were on their way. But then reality came. So based on that forecast, we both made the same decision, same approximate wind speeds, same approximate weight of amount of snow and moisture content in the snow. And based on that, we made a similar decision on the number of resources that we would need. But then reality came. And we had approximately, in Connecticut, 30,000 customers out. And Massachusetts had several 100,000 customers out. So we were able to finish our storm very quickly, virtually within a day. Even prior to that day, contractors that were still on their way, we redirected them and sent them towards Massachusetts. We finished up the storm here within approximately a day, sent those external contractors to Massachusetts, and then our internal line workers then followed, a large percentage of them. So at the end of the day, Massachusetts required around 1,100 line crews. We required less than what we anticipated going into the storm. And I distinctly remember this just watching the Weather Channel where the meteorologist that they had said, hey, this storm, had this gone 75 miles to the east, there would have been no impact on Cape Cod. Conversely, had this storm drifted 75 miles to the west, they didn't use the word Connecticut, but they said the New York City to Boston corridor would have been just as devastated as Cape Cod did. So these are the types of variables that you run into. So in that instance, had it gone 75 miles to the east, we would have made a commitment to those 500 crews. We would have either brought all those crews on board or they would have been on the way here. And our cost per customer, when you divide by 30,000, would have been very high. Had it turned around and gone in the other direction, and we had had several 100,000 customers out, then potentially that cost per customer would look much lower. So these are the types of variables that happen on every single storm. And you can easily have a period of time where you have very high forecasts that then don't materialize and vice versa.
Just
Thank
if I
you.
could add, the other variables are also the system impacts. Each type of weather event impacts the system differently. We may have a large number of events that impact the backbone of our system, or they impact the fuses on our system, or all the way down to the services that feed the customers. So those impacts determine how long it will take for us to restore. If we have a backbone event, we may restore 5,000 customers from one restoration spot, one repair. When we get down to services, many of these events have, over 500 singles within them. And, without AMI, we have to roll a truck to determine whether the customer's lights are on if they're not responsive to our callback. So there's many variables in the weather type, in the system repair type, and the impacts to the system that overall determine the cost per trouble spot.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, the storm you just described, the snow event 2 weeks ago, is the company seeking cost recovery of that storm in this proceeding?
No, I believe I mentioned that during the response.
Great, thank you.
Question, Attorney Minikowski. So I don't think anyone could deny that there has been an increase in the cost per trouble spot. Have you seen a commensurate decrease in restoration times?
We're always trying to staff the storm to meet our plan of restoration. And we often meet that early. Now, the cost per trouble spot and the duration of the storm, there's many variables there that determine how long it will take. Until we get through the onset of the storm, we set our initial staffing, based on what we know in the weather forecast, how many trouble spots we believe will occur, and what the duration is. We fit that into an event level response. But till we're through the onset of the storm, it's very hard to know
Yes, I
how much
granted, but
damage.
we're looking at a large number of storms here. We can see a historical increase in cost. Is cost driven by the need because of legislation that's been passed to have more crew on site simply because there are penalties involved with longer restoration? If we're paying more because we're getting the power back sooner, that's one argument. If we're paying more because we're just paying more, that's a totally different discussion. And I think it's one that everyone here would be interested in having if that's the case.
I would say that, the cost of doing business has increased. And I'm most certainly not an expert in that area, but we all see that. We see that in our daily lives. The processes that were put in place that help guide us through a storm and guide our planning, they're very effective. Those are not driving cost increases.
If I could follow up, and I understand you might want to jump in. So I think we can all agree that they're key drivers to costs, and you've identified them pretty well here. I don't see this as an insurmountable statistical analysis to do, though, especially you got a lot of data. And so it seems to me we should, really, as a follow-up to Commissioner Cheeseman, we should have a clearer picture on, on what's going on in terms of, the cost drivers. I think I really liked her question about, is it restoration speed? If it's restoration speed, though, there might be some offsetting costs because you're not you might not be housing labor as much. So it seems to me you control for a couple of variables. You could do an analysis here that could be enlightening. I'm not necessarily asking for it, but I'm saying as a matter of prudent management, it seems like a good idea to know what's driving costs to point you in a direction to help lower those costs going forward.
The point I was trying to get across is that, I don't want to be an assertion that crews are procured in excess due to changes in our ERP requirements. That is not the case. The ERP requirements, the ELM sets a range. We hire based on the need, and those ranges overlap within our plan.
Yeah, I would
agree
with that completely, but I would also say we certainly heard both our customers loud and clear and the state loud and clear coming out of ESIAs that restoration was king and make sure that you're well prepared. And we've put a lot of efforts into doing that. So potentially that is clear. You can, that's one driver that's potentially cost per trouble spot. I would not underestimate the variability of these storms. But again, I 100% agree with with observations in regards to we heard the state loud and clear, be prepared for these storms, especially these potential large events, and we've done that.
No, thank you. The commission, as they are wont to do, are taking my questions. So, yeah, just to continue on this conversation, we're talking about these drivers. The numbers go up. It is what it is. We see them there. But I'm, looking at this chart and this data, in the time periods prior to July 1st, 2021, cost per trouble spot were less than $5,000 in some instances. And then after that, in some instances, they're up to $28,000 per trouble spot. So just continuing this conversation about cost drivers, and we've talked about some already, could the panel just speak to what are in your view, the universe of these cost drivers, based on this data that are attributable, to these increases over time, beyond what we've already discussed?
Yeah, I think as you look down that list, some of the costs are lower, some are higher. It's dependent on the storm. It's important to understand that crew decisions are made before a storm arrives. It's based on the best information we have available at the time. Primarily the weather forecast, and as I just went through, we were speaking with the commissioners, the weather forecast, we use outage prediction tools, DTN, OPM, analog, where we compare meteorological events from the past, and we make the best decision based on number of trouble spots, customers impacted, and the duration of the event, and we staff to that. Now, if an event doesn't materialize as initially predicted, as we go through the onset period and we're through the peak of the storm or on the back end, then if we have too many crews, we start to demobilize them as quickly as possible and still serve our customers well.
Yeah, I would say one other potential cost driver is the focus on blocked roads, fire and police safety and blocked roads. That really, again, coming out of the large storm, that was a clear and loud request that we heard both from the state, but really the cities and the towns. The cities and the towns put a lot of emphasis on their blocked roads. And, if you're looking at it purely from a system restoration standpoint, and you were working your way down from largest outages to smallest outages, you would eventually clean up every single one of those blocked roads. And if you go back historically far enough back in time, that's how most utilities did it, and it's how many utilities probably still do it. The focus on blocked roads, you're now spending a lot of the very earliest part of the storm sending your crews out to address those instances. And you're typically not performing restoration at that point in time. You're cutting clear, you're cleaning up the roads, and then you're going back for restoration. So there is, in that regards, the focus on block roads is a driver of potential cost per customers, because you've essentially got additional incidents that you need to respond to. Again, I would come back, do not undercount the variability in storms. If you're parsing them up over years, that seems like a long period of time. It certainly is a lot of data in toto, but the variability year to year of storms is large, and it only takes a handful of storms that were forecast to be extremely large, and then they drifted to the east or to the west to be a driver of costs over a year-long period of time.
If I could just comment, that variability is exactly what makes it a great opportunity for statistical analysis.
Say that, just one thing I would add is that when a town requests a make safe crew and a public safety specialist, we have 12 hours to fill that request. In my experience, in my time working here in Connecticut, the towns care the most about the blocked roads. If you look or think about, just what are the core objectives, as Steve said, here in Connecticut, the public safety and clearing the blocked roads is number one. If you're not getting that done for the towns, they will not be happy, and that just goes up the chain. That is very important to these towns. I think if that's driving the cost up, then so be it, but that's what they want. We got to make sure that we, even in analysis, we don't lose sight of that, of what the ask is for us to do.
And just one other point is, we've done quite a bit of analysis on the size of the storm and also the probability, and again, that bell curve. And then you also have to take into account even just the storm that Mr. Sullivan just talked about. Massachusetts is hiring 500 crews. Connecticut is hiring 500 crews. National Grid is hiring 500 crews. Rhode Island's hiring 500 crews. New York is hiring 500 crews. Each storm can also add increased cost because of the impact that's going to happen. At the same time, you have Ohio, Indiana, that were in Michigan that were just crushed by a storm. So think about the number of resources that now are being requested for those areas. And that will add, so certain storms will have, a margin of, this was more expensive because of where and how we had to get those crews, or was it very just only impacted the coastline of Connecticut, and we were able to just utilize our local contractors that we have here in Connecticut, or pull some just from Massachusetts or Rhode Island that were only 45 minutes an hour away. So all of these things add in, the hotel costs, the travel costs, the mobilization costs, the demobilization costs, all these things add into the complexity of a storm.
Thank you very much. Just a quick follow-up. clearly I hear you on the importance of clearing blocked roads, and that's important to customers and municipalities alike. But I assume that clearing block roads has historically been prioritized by the company, but it sounds like maybe you've reprioritized a bit. Can you just articulate over time with the change of the ERP, how you have changed your practices on?
Yeah, just in regards to a more traditional event and what many utilities do around the country, you're putting your system back together. So if it's a blocked road and it's our wire, in our working our way down the list from largest outage to smallest outage, which is the fastest, most equitable way to restore customers, you will eventually get to every single one of those block roads. But it isn't necessarily at the very, very beginning of the storm. If you're prioritizing those block roads as one of your very first events, then you're sending troubleshooters out there. Oftentimes, the wind is still active. You're not really going to be able to make repairs. And you're sending single-person crews there that much of the activity that you're doing is it our wire? Is it not our wire? If it is our wire, testing it de-energized, potentially cutting that wire clear. You're not making repairs at that point in time to restore the customers. You're coming back to that location to put the system back together to restore those customers. So that doesn't happen 100% of the times, but that focus on block roads as a key priority in many cases over and above restoration of customers is a potential cost driver.
We have always, worked blocked roads as part of our ERP through every one of these events. In that, there was a priority change within EFS 12, I believe, it's 2013-14 that made that a priority here in Connecticut. So we most certainly enhanced our processes around blocked roads coming out of the storm docket, the tropical storm docket, but it has always been worked throughout a restoration.
It's now actually a section in our incident management team, right? So before, 7, 8, 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been a key focus. We actually have dedicated resources and teams dedicated to public safety specialists.
No, thank you for the discussion, gentlemen. It's been very helpful. We're going to stay on the same topic, but move on. So I'm going to turn next to interrogatory OCC 350. It's a narrative response, and I'm on page 2 of 3. Yeah, you can do it. The narrative 350 on the attachment. So it's also been pulled up on the screen if you don't have it yourself yet. I'm looking at the second or the first full paragraph there. And in this interrogatory, OCC had asked the company, same thing about the cost increases per trouble spot, how they, trending higher. To what is that attributable? And the company, and I'm summarizing here, but you can see it in front of you, provided 3 main drivers. Changes in storm process requirements following the Isaias docket, inflation in labor costs and materials, and increases in the cost of external crews, and then the company opined as to why that is. So I just have a few questions for the panel relating to these various factors that had been identified in your response. So starting with inflation, are labor costs for line crews more expensive for storm restoration work versus normal everyday utility work?
And you can take a minute to re-examine the data response.
Please, of course.
Are you saying just from a time and material rate? I mean, blue sky work can be large lump sum projects that go out. They can be small. I mean, that's very wide range in
And,
saying.
yeah, I would just say in general, is there, you know, when you go to procure a crew versus for storm work versus a normal project that would be occurring in the normal course of business, is there a significant differential or a differential?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've shown potentially in other responses to that case, but I'm not quite understanding if you're comparing average storm costs over time, the prior periods would have been storm costs as well, so.
I'm just saying today,
Sure.
is there a difference? In general?
During a storm, you're typically paying a higher cost than you would be Monday through Friday days, yes.
Thank you. So the company in the response, and again, as Attorney Pace mentioned, if you need some time to review this before you answer, please take the time. The company mentions the Handy-Whitman Index as a proxy for construction costs and a potential driver for increasing storm costs over time. If someone on the panel, if you could elaborate on the index and how it relates to storm restoration costs.
While folks are scrolling through, I think that's just a standard construction cost average, and we were drawing the inference that, just as you just made, if there's a relationship between storm costs and normal construction costs, and if normal construction costs are going up, those very similar resources are also performing storm restoration. It would make sense that they're experiencing the same inflationary pressures.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If I may, so one is related to capital, or Handy-Whitman's related to capital costs, construction costs. Is it safe to use that to make assumptions about labor costs, especially, you know, within a particular area and time? Is that reasonable?
I mean, capital costs, if you point out, they often include a significant material component. That could, if that was the key driver of that, but I think across the board, labor costs over time in general tend to go up. And I think it's mostly labor costs in regards to a storm, and I think over time, labor costs have gone up as well.
Is there a labor index for the utility sector? Labor cost index?
Well, I would say on these, for most of these storms, as we've talked about before, we're trying to contract as many of these in advance as we can, get these storm costs locked down in as advance as we can with exceptions, and that we're going out to bid for these and we're paying market rates for the storm costs.
I would also, I mean, most of these hourly rates, if you were to look at hourly rates, you can compare to IBEW contracts across the country, right? And you would obviously tend to see higher wages in the Northeast than you do in Ohio, Indiana, and the South. What you don't have is all the overheads for that company and their structure, right? There's insurances, there's premiums, there's all kinds of things that go into necessarily what they're going to charge you per hour, even at a time and material rate.
Sure.
So that's very variable.
Okay, thank you. But, you know, just as a note, the Bureau of Labor Statistics does maintain data by sector and by job classification. So it's another source to maybe draw upon to look at possible trends. Thank you.
I may just add to that because I hear this with, you know, it's construction and, you know, during storms we're reconstructing many times the system or doing restoration. One thing that we have seen continuously, storms and non-storm across the company, is just the rising cost of materials. You know, we've been tracking that, and then COVID threw a wrench into things, and I think even made it go tilt even more, you know, with supply chain challenges and everything that we did experience. So overall, I think Handy-Whitman is just one of the indexes. I agree with you, but fundamentally, the cost of materials just has continued to increase.
But to be clear, we're talking about operating costs narrowly in this proceeding, correct? Thank you.
Commissioner Beecher, you're taking all of my fun questions. Just kidding. So related, so in terms of storm restoration costs, in terms of percentage of total cost, what would the breakdown for materials versus labor be generally?
Do you mean for Eversource's material, or are you talking a contractor's material costs?
How about both?
So when we talk about a contractor's material rates, obviously their equipment that they bring onto the storm consistently goes up, and we've seen increases, over the past 5 years, that obviously the cost of fuel, the cost of maintenance on vehicles, the cost of a line truck in general has gone up, cost of a digger, and then also the type of specialty equipment now that is needed to perform some of this work. And the severity of the storms that we've seen, we've had to bring on more and more equipment onto the storm. So the material costs have certainly gone up, and they not have just gone up in cost, but have gone up in magnitude of size and number of what we have to bring on for some of these storms.
But to your point, for these storms, I believe, I'm just looking at my notes here, and I believe these are in filings as well. Approximately 80% of the costs were contractors that we brought in, and that would generally be labor, almost exclusively labor and equipment. But to have the labor, you have to have the equipment as well. And then if you add on our internal labor component, those are clearly the vast drivers of the costs. Material costs were relatively small, certainly compared to those other two components.
All right, thank you. So again, for normal day-to-day utility work, would that ratio be about the same, or would that be different?
It would relate to the type of work you were doing, as was stated, or at least asked in reference earlier. There's capital work. So utilities are capital construction companies. And in that particular work, we are material, much of our costs, our material, a much higher percentage than we would be during these storms, where the vast majority of our costs is labor. There are material costs associated with that, but the large pieces of plant, as the chair pointed out the other day, whether those are poles, whether those are smart switches, whether those are transformers, that's generally not in this filing. Those would be large material costs. So these types of storms are much more labor driven.
Thank you. Hang on one moment. Come back to it. All right, thank you for your indulgence. So I'm going to turn next to OCC 347.
The narrative response or attachment?
I believe it's the attachment. Let me open it up. It's the attachment. Attachment 1.
We're there.
Thank you. Sorry, hang on. I couldn't figure out how to make the text larger. Figured it out. Just yeah. Yeah, if you guys have it in front of you on your computers, it might be easier because I don't think anyone can read that. So looking at this document, this shows various storm events. It includes additional information there, such as the restoration times, both in hours and days. Is that correct?
Correct.
And lines number 7 through 17. The first event there, line 7, tropical, in my version, it's reflected as tropical storm Isaias. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And to go way back to when I first started, so the events there on lines 7 through 17, that was when the 2020 ERP was in effect. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So I'm looking now at line 13, event 13. And this was a wind and rain event occurring in November of 2020. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was a level 5 event, correct?
It appears so. Yes.
Thank you. Does the company know how many internal line crews and external line crews were available per day for that event?
Just to clarify, when you say available, you mean we had on property that we procured, or just you mean available in the industry, in the region? I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, that you had procured. Thank you, Attorney Case.
Well, if it's not in that spreadsheet, I'm sure we have that information available, and I believe there is a filing that lists out the number of internal resources and external resources acquired. It isn't broken, my memory of it is it's not broken down day by day, but essentially if you have those invoices, if you have those FTEs available to you, they're generally, we would be working them 16 out of the 24-hour period, each day of the storm.
They would be included in the exhibits which have the daily briefings or the storm briefings, I should say.
If those exhibits can't be called up at someone's fingertips, we can always take a read-in, or we can revisit the topic after lunch, whatever would be acceptable for the chair and for the OCC.
My recollection is, but the panel can correct me, is that we were asked over and over again to give crews by day. And there's no extractable report that does that. So you have the number of crews per event and you have the number of crews, I think, so we just should ask the panel, because that has been a consistent issue throughout the discovery, that there isn't a record that the company has of each day per storm that they can just extract from the systems that had the number of crews per day. They know the number of crews per event, who was there per event. We've given that several times, but to go back through every day is a recreation that doesn't exist.
Could we address OCC's question by just identifying the number of crews for that event? Would that suffice for Attorney Minikowski's need?
That would. I'm getting lost in the record, as many of us have done. So,
Just foundational.
yeah, this is foundational.
Okay.
But maybe we could ask the panel.
So if we allow the panel a moment, what Attorney Minikowski is looking for is if we can find a data response where we would have identified the total number of crews we had available for that entire event, not on a per day basis, but just overall. And if we're not able to find it promptly, we can ask permission for a read-in just so they won't tie up too much time.
So we're able to provide it, internal line workers, FTEs available per day. There is a table that was created. So internal crews available per day was 122. Internal workers, FTEs, that's more than just line crews, was 244. External line crews available per day were 522, and external line workers available FTEs per day were 1,044. So one is crews and one is FTEs. Sorry.
All right, Mr. Baldwin, thank you for that. Are you looking at OCC 347 SP01 attachment 1?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, I finally figured out where we are. Thank you. Would you just mind repeating your response?
Yeah. Number of crews available per day were 122. Number of FTEs was 244 for internal. External line crews was 522. And external line workers, FTEs, is 1,044.
All right, thank you.
Do you want to identify the columns you're reading from just for the transcript? Thank you.
Columns M, N.
Sorry.
And again.
Yes.
Yeah. I do know my alphabet.
Yeah, no, I was confused too. I'm with you. Theme of the day.
I'm sorry, it was columns just M and N. I didn't hear what.
No, so it's column MN, and then the next two columns are also
M and
MN.
N.
But in Excel, they're
I see.
columns E, F, G, and H. So
Yep, got it. Thank you.
this is going to be a great transcript.
Yeah, and I'll just throw in for clarity, in case it isn't clear, that transcript, I think the witnesses were originally discussing OCC 347 attachment 1, and then I think the conversation changed to a supplement to attachment 1, which is a different filing in the record. So that's, I think the reference to these newer columns are in the supplement to attachment 1, OCC 347 SP01 attachment 1.
That's correct. Thank you, Chairman. That's where I got thrown, the supplement. So looking at that exhibit, internal line crews were at 122 and external crews are at 522, and that would be a total of 644. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the ERP that was in effect at that time, subject to check, indicates a high number of 350 line resources for a cold weather event. So I'm just curious if the company could explain why in this instance it had secured 644 line crews when that number is much more in accord with what would have been a level 4 event, whereas this was a level 5 event.
Just give me a moment.
While Chris is going back in time, just trying to potentially recreate history. You know, it is, and I described this the other day, and I'm not sure if you were here, sir, but you know, when these are large events, generally we're trying to acquire crews in advance. We're predicting them on the weather. So we're listening to a wide range of forecasts from various different services. And each one of those tends to give a range. They give a range on sustained winds, a range on the duration of those sustained winds, a range on the gusts, a range on the frequency of those gusts, and so on down the line in regards to what becomes essentially a bell curve, for lack of a better word, on the weather forecast. And then, as we briefly mentioned the other day, even that weather forecast, that is unlikely to bring significant numbers of our equipment down all by itself. Poles generally are not coming over in these events all by themselves. On the Berlin Turnpike, unless there's a motor vehicle incident, we're really not worried about the weather. It's the trees. So then layered on top of the variables around the weather, there's the variables around the trees, leaves on, leaves off, condition of the soil, frozen, dry, saturated. Has there been a drought? Has there been a recent growth spurt based on the recent weather? So a lot of different variables that all adds up again to a very wide bell curve. And then we're essentially trying to do the best we can to predict the outcome based on that weather and hire the number of crews that would be somewhere in the mid-range of that bell curve. And that is also affected by a couple of variables. Mark touched upon them earlier, which is really what's going on within the region. So if this is a storm, certainly if it's a tropical storm that's coming up from the south and it's threatening from Florida all along the East Coast, potentially up to Maine, or if it's a large storm that's coming from the west and it's threatening the Midwest in addition to us, in those instances, we might shade our decision towards the right of the bell curve, or in my orientation, in my head at least, towards a larger event when you're looking at that bell curve, and vice versa. If it's a storm that looks like, hey, this could maybe just swipe Connecticut, Massachusetts, Long Island, there is not going to be a vicious competition for crews, then we might shade a little bit less in terms of the numbers of crews because we're confident or have a level of confidence that we could get additional crews pretty quickly if we needed them. So all those factors go into making the decision around the number of crews that we feel we need for the storm. And at that point in time, we're then going back and looking at the event level matrix and just trying to say, okay, where does this line up within the event level matrix? And does that inform our decision one way or another? So we're really making the decisions based upon the event, and we're declaring the ERP based upon what we think that event will land in. But there's a wide range in the event level matrix. And for us, it's a guideline that we then use as a check.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I think to your last point, that's what I'm getting at here. I'm looking at, the event level matrix and the ERP, and I'm looking at specific events, this event specifically, and seeing, does it line up or not? If it doesn't, well, why? I'm not trying to do a gotcha here. I'm literally just trying to understand, what the decision making that went into it there. And Mr. Clorio.
Yeah, I'll just say, just to sum up, the events never unfold in a script, right? It's always evolving in real time with significant uncertainties, especially in the early hours. The ELM is really intentionally designed to have those ranges of crews and have that overlap so that there's flexibility within the plan.
I just ask, with respect to this specific storm we're asking about, does the company have an explanation for the specific circumstances here, or is that too far back in history and you're only able to generalize about factors that you consider?
If I may, I think this is one that we may request a late file because at least from initial indication in our research here, it appears that the summarization that Attorney Minikowski referred to is grouping a couple of different resources together in one bucket, because at least the information we have at our fingertips is showing much lower counts. So if we could request a late file, we could correct that.
Yeah, if we could get a late file on this, that would be great. I don't know what number we're on anymore.
That'd be late file 19. And can you restate what you want the ask to be, Attorney Minikowski?
Yeah, just give me a minute so it's not overly ponderous. So for this event number 13 or line 13 in the exhibit, I'm seeing that there's 644 line crews that were procured for a level 5 event, where the high number of line resources for a cold weather event under the ERP would have been 350. So I'm just curious to know why the company needed to procure those additional crews in line with what would have been under the ERP a level 4 event.
You know, maybe we could avoid the late file because what we show is not 644. Are you counting the tree crew resources as a line crew?
I don't believe I am.
Okay.
I'm adding internal line crews and then the 522 external crews. Does the 522 external crews include tree crews?
Okay. No, we'll go forward with the late file.
Okay, all right.
It must
Sounds
be an
good.
error. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so just to confirm, the reference is OCC 347 attachment supplement 1, attachment 1, right?
That's correct.
And is this is it a question specific to that line, or is it sort of a broader?
No, it's specific to that
Okay.
event.
Okay, so the question is referencing line 13.
Event. I think they're the same, line 13.
Yeah,
and event.
labeled line number 13, Excel row 15. And the question is referencing the sum of columns M&M. Let's see. The sum of the internal and external line crews available per day, right?
Yes, and why they went and did level 4 territory when it was a level 5 event. All right, is everyone good with that?
Yes, that's clear. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry for the homework. I'll try to try to avoid it. But I do have some more questions about this, but hopefully they're ones that we can all answer without having to add on to that late file. So again, still looking at OCC 347, SPO 1, attachment 1, same event. I see that the restoration time was 1 day and restoration costs totaled $10.4 million. Is that correct?
To be clear, that's on the original attachment, right? Not the supplement one?
Hang on a moment.
I assumed so because the supplement doesn't have that
Yeah,
column.
that is the original. Sorry.
Okay, so where are we again? On which attachment? Let's just repeat it, please.
We are
OCC 347, attachment 1, but not the supplement. That's with
Okay.
the original set of columns. Correct, Attorney Minikowski?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And my question was, I see a restoration time of 1 day and restoration costs totaling $10.4 million. Is that correct?
Are you pulling the costs from this table in this attachment? I apologize, I cannot read it. If you could point me to the column with
The internal line crew cost, sorry, I said total cost, but it's the furthest right column when you're looking at the document.
Okay.
So it's approximately 10.4 is what I'm seeing. Or 1.4, sorry.
Okay. 1.437690. You are on November 30th storm, still correct?
Yep.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. So now I'm going to confuse everyone even more and switch over to exhibit ESIMT 1A. And this might be one of the larger ones that could take a while to open up. And when you do have that open, this is just an appendix that the company had prepared summarizing all of the storm events, and I'm on pages 16 to 17.
And while they're calling that up, can I just clarify something for the record? I know that in the last exchange with Mr. Calorio, the question was for the event in OCC 347 Attachment 1, not the supplement, the rain wind event for November 30th, 2020. The question was, and that appears on row 13. If we scroll over to column Q, I think the question was, what's the internal line cost for the crew? At least my Excel file shows $888,695. The 1.437 million appears to relate to the preceding storm in row 12, which was the November 15th event. I just want to make sure that for the transcript, we're referring to the November 30th storm. Is that correct? And I realize it's hard to see the PDF file, but at least on the Excel, it is more clear. And my number shows in column Q is 888,695. I just want to clear that up for the transcript.
I noticed that as well, Attorney Pace. I think
Yeah,
from my,
that's correct.
I think we were talking about line 13 when we were on the supplement, and then the number cited on the non-supplement was a reference actually to line 12.
Do that. I don't know. No, that's correct. Apologies.
I believe I am in exhibit ESIMT 1A appendix.
Thank you. So in this response, the company indicated that this wind and rain event, MS-20K, was expected to last through November 30th through December 1st, and that it was declared as an ERP level 5 event. Is that correct? And you can take some time to review this if you haven't.
Pardon me, what page is this?
16. 16 on the PDF. Yeah.
PDF and labeled, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. And in this same response, the company had indicated that it utilized internal line crews, local contractors, and also contractors that were based in New England and Canada. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that to be correct.
Under the ERP that would have been in effect at the time, was it typical for the company to procure, crews from Canada for a level 5 event?
So I also know that this was a large regional event, which, and this has come up numerous times. You know, the distance between Canada and Connecticut versus Connecticut and, say, the Midwest can be shorter in duration. And so when we're taking into consideration, you're taking availability of crews, distance of crews, and potential impacts of weather along the route. There's been times when the Midwest and the South has been hit worse than, you know, the North area, and we're next to get that impacts, and the resources are available to come down from Canada. So it's not uncommon for us to take crews out of northern New England and Canada.
Was that the case for this specific event that we're reviewing? Is that just a generalization?
It's a generalization in the sense that it's not uncommon for us to take Canadian crews. I know that this was a wide-ranging event, so it's highly probable that we would, that it wouldn't be uncommon for us to make that decision to hire the Canadian crews.
But you're not sure, sitting here today, that that applied?
I would have to take a look at our crew rosters about what the available crews were, who we called, and then who accepted our call.
We can also allow Mr. Baldwin just a chance to read through the pages being referenced also, because we are going back a number of years, allow him a chance to refresh his recollection. So we'll give him a moment just to read through some of the paragraphs that are there also.
And perhaps we could have more than a moment, because I'm 2 minutes late to a appointment I made for myself, because I forgot to break for lunch. So is this a terrible time to break and
No,
we could return to this? Because it sounds like this is a moment where this might need to be a read-in or late file, and we can kind of address that when we come back.
Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we come back at 1 o'clock? Does that work? 1:15, also fine?
1 o'clock works fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
We'll come back at 1. Thank you.
Read it and then ask questions.
Yeah.
They're shooting blank. They're not even reading. So maybe you can have them read at lunch. If there's any, we're so sorry.
Yep.
This is a good question. So that they can come back and ask more questions. And should keep going right now, just have.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're back from lunch in docket 25, 12, 13. I have a couple of administrative things. I just received a text message from our case coordinator letting us know that the hearing room 1 computer once again crashed during the break. And it's fixed, but it's the same deal as yesterday where now the live stream is a different, same live stream. Okay, never mind. Okay. Also, Commissioner Smith extends his apologies to everyone. He had to step out for an urgent, unexpected matter, but he will catch up and will be watching the live stream later today. And he did send me a question to ask whenever I can best interrupt Attorney Minikowski. And any other administrative matters before we get back to cross?
Chairman, I have one more, and that is we talked about late file exhibit 19 during the break, and that was the one the OCC asked for regarding OCC 347 attachment 1 that identified, among other things, crews available. And when we talked with the group at the lunch break, our preliminary conclusion is that some of these numbers may reflect resources in addition to line crews. So what we'd like to do is expand the scope of late file 19 so that to the extent that we identify any other situations where that occurs, we would identify what the corrected number is and identify line or other types of crews. And we can file that on an expedited basis. And obviously we'll produce the panel next week. We'll also produce the panel at the late file hearing to ensure OCC has a full and fair chance to cross-examine. I only mention that because I wasn't sure if Attorney Minikowski had other similar questions for that, and just wanted to let you know that the team identified that. We plan to identify corrections if we have your permission to expand the scope of late file 19.
Thank you, Attorney Pace. I think that would be helpful. And if it does get broken out by different types of crews, if the response could just indicate what types of crews those were, that would be helpful.
Yes, we can do that.
And while we're here, Attorney Pace called it correctly. I do have more questions related to that document. And so I think it would probably be most efficient to just loop them into the late file. And it's 5 other specific storms that are similar to that one where the crews exceeded. So it might be the same case, it might not, but I'll read those off for the late file. And
Thank you.
the company could pay particular heed to those in their response, that would be appreciated. Here we go. So the first one is line number 8, and that's event MS20D. The next one is line 9, and that's event MS20E. Line 11, event MS20H. Line 12, event MS20J. Event 13, which we already discussed. And then line number 17, and that's event MS21C.
Got it. And that, just to be clear, what I have, I'm not sure I wrote this down correctly. What I have is, the question is, why is the sum of available internal and external line crews available per day indicative of a level 5 event? Was that the question for?
Well, so these are all level 5 events, but the number of crews exceed what would have been a level 5 event under the ERP. So we were curious as to why it exceeded the level 5 into level 4 territory for most of these events.
Okay.
And what that's attributable to. And again, as Attorney Pace said, it may be just because crews were looped together, but if it's not, we would appreciate a narrative response as well.
So maybe an edit to that would have been, does this make sense? Why is the sum of the available internal and external line crews available per day higher than indicative of a level 5 event?
Yes, that would cover it. Thank you.
Okay. And I will add, lines 8, 9. So that'll now cover lines 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, and 17.
That's correct.
And then Attorney Pace, I also added a sentence at the end that says, please provide us a supplement. I'll just say, please supplement OCC 347 SBO 1 Attachment 1 with any necessary corrections or adjustments to the exhibit.
Yes, we can do that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Attorney Pace. All right, so the good news is that shaved off a lot of time. So sticking with this same topic, but not specific to particular events, these are just general questions. Does the company impose any internal limits on the number of crew resources that should be secured for any event level?
Low end or upper end or
All of them, if there's any internal.
hire what we need for the event.
Okay. So there wouldn't be a point where the company would say, all right, this is a level 5 event, but we have the number of crews for a level 3, let's say, maybe it should be a level 3 event. It's just, you get what you need is what you're saying.
We get what we need, and the event level matrix serves as a guidance, right, for at onset or before the storm arrives. So again, we use the weather forecast, the anticipated number of customers impacted, the number of outage events in the duration of the event, and that's the inputs to our staffing and our event level. We would not, hire, double the amount of crews for something we anticipate to fall in a level 5 range than what is required or kind of guided to us within the matrix. No.
All right. So on the other side of the same coin, you wouldn't stop either. You wouldn't say, oh, this is a level 5 event. We have a level 5 number of crews. If you felt you needed more, the company would still procure. I'm having so much trouble with that word today. Procure additional crews.
Right. And there's really two, you have, like I just discussed, before the storm comes, right? You decide what you're going to declare, what you're going to hire for resources. As we go through the bell curve, Steve talked about, or through onset, once the storm passes, we know what we have, what we need to respond to. Then we may shift, we may move to a level 4, increase staffing accordingly, or we could even go from a 4 to a 5 and demobilize crews. It can work in all directions.
Thank you.
Attorney Minikowski, if I might jump in with
May,
a question.
of course.
Thank you. So how and how often do you update your modeling? Let's say you've had a winter with major storms. And as a result, not only have you expended a lot of resources, but you've also gone through and we've taken out a lot of the stuff that might have fallen and knocked down power lines in a particular area. How do you adapt your response going forward to those changed circumstances as a result of things you might have experienced? But again, how and how often do you adjust your modeling?
We do periodically review our ERP plan. And when you're speaking of modeling, are you speaking of outage prediction modeling or just our
Maybe your general ERP plan, because obviously, it's based on, we expect this level of damage. We knew we're going to need these many crews. But as circumstances on the ground may change and you gain experience, how do you go about changing the way you respond? Or do you?
we're always improving, that's for certain. And, we review that plan annually for certain. And when you look at the event level matrix, it's based on a percentage of customers impacted in the levels, right? So level 5, I think, is 130,000, around 10%. So those levels are set on percentages. So typically, those values change as our customer base goes up or down. So we had an adjustment. We were a level 5, a top was 125K. We made an adjustment to 130K. Now, how the system responds has changed over the years. We've put a lot of investment into our backbone of our system, which has reduced the larger outages. Now, we
The
still,
backbone being,
main part of the circuit, you come out of the substation, that's
Yeah.
the main part. Then off the backbone, you have laterals, taps. You know, the customers impacted has improved, but the number of outage events that we roll a truck to has been changing over time. We are seeing more outages on the very end of our system, on the services, the single no light calls. So that's a ticket where we have one customer out and we have to roll a truck to. So the customers impacted has been shifting with our system performance over the years, but the number of events that we are required to roll a truck to has not significantly changed.
so perhaps the number of events that affect a huge number of customers may be going down, but the number of events that may only affect 1, 2, or 3 is stayed the same or maybe going up.
Oh, it has gone up over time. Yes.
Okay. And do you look at the causes of that? Is it just that people are living further in the boonies, 1,500 feet off the road because they don't want neighbors and their power goes out in a storm? Hey.
A lot of it has.
I also feel personally attacked by that question.
A lot of it has to do with we've improved over the years the ways which customers can report an outage. So we have 3 customer channels. You know, we have the IVR, we have email, we have text messaging. They're very willing to report that outage to us quickly, even if their lights just blink.
So 10 minutes out and they're screaming down the app to you, my power's out.
They
As
might have been
opposed
only
to
out for a minute.
okay, as opposed to now I have to find my bill and the phone number and figure out who I have to contact.
Right.
And by the time that happens, the power's come back and your
Right.
stove light is
That
blinking. Yeah.
speed in which they can report the outage is great for the customer, and I would never say it's anything other than that. But on the backside, when we reach out to them to tell us whether they're still out, the response is not great. So that's when you think about the future of the system with AMI, that is a key to reducing truck rolls to outage events, because we will know at us to the very end of our system who's out and who's not. Where today we do single no light calls backs. If the customer is not responsive, then we dial them manually. And as you know, customers don't update their phone numbers often. So that's a challenge. And last resort is we have to roll the truck there. We cannot leave them out. We can't determine if they have power or not, so we must roll the truck there. That's what's changed over the years.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And Commissioner, if I could just add, one major contributing factor, which kind of offsets the improvements that we've been making, is the health of our trees in the state. So, you know, we have approximately 80% of the state is tree covered. We have, I think it's the 5th most tree populated state in the country. And so while we are making improvements, the health of the trees is diminishing. And we are also seeing increased issues like the spongy moth beetle or the ash borer beetle that are contributing to the decay and disease of those trees. So it is an offset to some of the improvements.
Thank you. So, Mr. Clorio, just to follow up on your previous testimony in response to my last question. So the company, you testified the company has sort of no internal limit when it needs to procure crews. This is similar. I think you already answered it, but just for the clarity of the record, does the company have any internal cost limit on securing external resources for any event level?
No.
Okay, thank you.
We are not thinking about cost when we're hiring for these storms.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple caveats to that. But I would say on the upper limit side, it can be affected by, as Mark talked about, the competition for crews. So we might look at a storm and say, we feel this is going to cause X amount of damage, therefore we will need Y amount of crews. And it all depends on the level of competition in the surrounding area. And there have been storms where we've got to a point where we say, well, to get that number of crews, we're going to have to go pretty far away And there is the farther you go, there is a cost that gets dragged along with that. And then I would say, it's not that we're applying a limit, but we would then reassess and say, well, all right, let's go back, look at this forecast. How confident are we that kind of the middle of that bell curve is really going to clobber us? Or were we already shading to the right? And we might reassess and change our decision around the crews that we need. So it isn't a cap on the, if you will, on the number of crews that we need or a cap on the costs, but we certainly are aware of what can we get that are local, which is what we would prefer to do. What can we get from the very close in surrounding states, which would be our second choice. And then how far are we going to have to go, which entails the time that it's going to take to get them here and obviously the associated costs. So that does inform our final decision making.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. You actually answered my next question. So we're rolling along. So what does, in a storm restoration scenario, what does the company consider to be complete restoration?
We always work to the last customer's restored.
So 100%.
So the substantial completion would be 99% complete.
Okay.
Yeah, and that we set our global ETRs. That is the time in which we'd reach substantial completion for the state. 99% of our customers restored.
Okay. So in your ERPs, the typical restoration duration, that range of days that the company estimates it would take time to restore to completion, just generally, I'm curious, how does the company determine those categories?
How do we determine
the typical restoration durations? Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in the initial calculations of the days, but you could, very easily look at the ranges of outages and say, I have, X number of line crews. We know that each line crew can execute X number of events per day. And then you could make up that basis. And we do a similar calculation when we're determining our global ETRs. So I was not involved in the initial determination for the days set in the table, but I know that's the basis for it. It was based on a range of customers out. The number, that's not going to explode up the answer. The number of customers impacted from the highest, the lowest range. And on a level 5, of course, it's 0 to 130,000. But so that's how you said that, okay, I have a number of crews. How many events can they complete per day? And how quickly can we get to substantial completion?
Thank you. So in a storm restoration scenario, does the company strive to complete restoration within that typical restoration duration, or do they try to exceed the target?
We're always trying to do better for our customers, but the ultimate goal, the goal which we set in each storm, is to reach substantial completion, which is our global ETR, which is, it's not the same for every storm. Every storm has a different impact and a different global ETR. We're not setting that based on the table. We're setting it based on what we know, the data. How many crews do we have? How many events can they complete per shift? What are the types of events we put into our algorithm? And then we get to a global restoration time.
Thank you. So does the company internally, does the company use actual restoration times compared to typical restoration duration times to measure its performance in storm response?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so in terms of analyzing the company's storm response, internally, does the company compare actual restoration times with what the typical restoration duration would have been for the same event?
We do compare our actuals to our predicted, yes, in every event, to try and adjust the models which we use to determine our global ETR. So there's always corrections in the factors for each event type that occur. At the end of every event, year, monthly, it's always something that's being adjusted.
Okay, thank you. Does the company have an internal incentive program that's tied to storm restoration performance?
No.
No, I'm aware of it.
Thank you. already been answered. All right. So in case you forgot, the reason we got here was those three reasons that the company had given for increasing costs. That was a while ago. And the last one was the new requirements that came out of PURA's Docket 200803, the tropical storm Isaias investigation, and the new requirements that were developed in response to that. So I just have some questions about those new protocols that did go into place after that decision. So would you say that in the ERP revisions in 2021 following that proceeding, did this result in increased line crew resources for every level of storm?
There were adjustments to the table and we had filed an ELM, which then was rejected, and we moved to the final one, which is in today's revision of our ERP.
So
which adjusted the crew counts.
okay, and adjusted upward, correct? For every storm levels 1 through 5.
I don't believe it made an adjustment for a level 5 in the final. It was just a level 4, 3, and 2 for the crews required at onset, if I recall correctly.
Okay. So in interrogatory response OCC 349, and I'll give you guys some time to pull this up, no rush, because I have to pull it up. There's a table on page 7 that it's going to go up on the screen. Again, this was a narrative response, but on page 7, there is a table that I'm just going to refer everyone to. Yeah, in page 7 of the response. There's several tables, but the one on page 7 is the one. So I'll give the witnesses a few moments to review this and familiarize yourselves with it. When you're ready, let me know. And I just have some brief questions about it.
I'm ready.
Okay.
On page 7, correct?
That's correct. So is it fair to say that this table reflects the difference between the pre-Isaias and post-Isaias docket ERPs in terms of line crews?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just to bring us back, though, that the intention of the design, even in the previous version of the ELM, is its ranges, they're designed to overlap. So while there was an increase, this table is still working for us very, very effectively.
All right, thank you. So in PURA's decision in the Isaias docket, on page 55, and I'll read this into the record.
Thank you.
And again, if Attorney Pace, if you disagree that I haven't read it correctly, feel free to jump in. PURA stated, quote, "In addition to revealing deficiencies in the EDC's responses, Tropical Storm Isaias has shown that the external crew number guidelines in the ERPs are not sufficient in light of the EDC's respective internal staffing trends. Therefore, the authority will direct UI and Eversource to increase its external crew number guidelines by at least 10% for event level 3 and higher class events." Unless there's any questions, or if anyone would like me to repeat that section of decision, if you could just explain how the company complied with this directive in terms of the changes it made to its storm response.
If you need some time to look at the decision, we can see if we can call it up to get
Yeah,
context.
Let's do that.
Okay.
I want to make sure I understood the context.
Okay, we believe it's an EOE 644 in the supplement. And so if we could allow Mr. Colorio and the witness panel just some time to call up that decision. And Attorney Minikowski, you had cited the page number. Can you
Yeah,
restate that?
it's page 55 of the actual final decision in that proceeding.
What was the EOE number again, Vincent?
644, supplement 1. Yeah.
Why is anybody relying on my number? We'll figure out which one it is.
Yeah, so we confirmed it's not an EOE 644. Oh, it is. Okay, okay. Thank you. We just need another moment to find that decision. Thank you.
Yeah. If we can't find it, Attorney Pace, we could do a subject to check.
I could also, we could put it on the screen if that's helpful. Probably not because would be hard to read, but we could just put it on the screen. I mean, since it's in our Docket database, obviously. Would that be helpful to the panel?
That would be helpful. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm gonna send the case coordinator a link. Ready? I'm gonna send you a link. Okay.
Yes, it is.
Page 55.
So I think Attorney Minikowski gets that first full
Yeah,
paragraph there
yeah,
that you were
the-
reading from.
So once the company's had time to take a look at this, my question is just generally sort of what did the company do in response to this requirement in order to implement it? The steps you took internally? Yeah, so to increase the crew levels by at least 10% for every event level 3 and higher. If you could just provide a narrative of what the company did to implement this order, the steps you took.
Is this only to increase within our ERP plan you're asking? What, maybe the context would.
Right. Well, I figure there's probably some logistics that went along with that to increase crews by 10%. Did you have to go out and procure new contractors? Was there certain other logistics that had to be taken into effect? I'm just curious about, the process.
So we have over the years, increased our internal resources. And we most certainly have more contracts with external line crews than at that time.
And that's for a couple different reasons in terms of why we wanted to increase contractors, right? So that we wanted to have more variability in the market, not always have to depend upon quote unquote in the industry aggregators to provide us with crews, which would basically just be a lot of subcontractors where you don't have a lot of insight into those companies. So to meet the number, yes, we did increase. So we increased number of contractors that we have on file and contracts we have in place, and we've also issued new contracts to overhead contractors.
All right. Thank you.
I believe, though, the overall discussion about increasing our internal staffing is, one that will happen during rate case.
Don't remind me that that's coming.
So I don't believe we did not have an order or a directive to increase our staffing, but we have been.
And the staffing increases are in the 640, EOE 644 supplement 1. If that was what your former question went to, that is the answer to look at.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Attorney Kimball, your mic wasn't on, so that was EOE 644 attachment 1. Was that the, okay.
It is important to also note that, the company should not be determining internal staffing levels based on storms. That is a temporary need. We wouldn't increase our staffing levels just based on a temporary need. We determine our staffing levels based on our annual work plan. That's what determines our staffing needs internally.
And if I may, so I appreciate that point. But would that affect the incremental labor needs in a storm event?
It may minimally, but you're still going to need far more crews than we would be able to provide with a small increase in our capital plan. Because if you think about it, even if we were to hire 100 line workers, 100 line workers is 50 crews for a storm, 50 internal crews. In order to support them to have blue sky work, we would need additional capital in our plan of $75 to $100 million. That's a big jump for a very small benefit within a storm of having additional 50 line crews, because we need work for those crews to perform on those blue sky days, which is far more blue sky days than storm days. So that filling the temporary need with contractors is the more efficient approach.
Understood. But that in-house capacity could enhance your operations during storm events as well, could it not?
I would say, for the most part, it would be, very early on, we talked about, for us, storms can occur all year long. And we get an order of magnitude 40 to 50 storms, only some subset rise to this level. So I think it does help us quite a bit for those smaller storm events, because we're less reliant on having to bring in 20, 30, 40, 50 contractor crews. We're using our own internal resources. They're more familiar with our system. I would say there is a good benefit there. For the storms that we're talking about here, they tend to be, I don't want to call them outlier events, because they happen several times a year, and they've obviously happened at least 53 times over a 6-year period. But there, as you can see from the numbers, there are times we're bringing in 100 external crews. There are other times, as been pointed out, we're bringing in 400, 500 external crews. And at that point, the help from having 50, 60 external crews, in our opinion, it just doesn't pay off. And I think that's not just an Eversource thought process. That's pretty much across the board. That's why really this whole resource has developed over the last dozen to 20 years as customer expectations around storm restoration have grown to where we expect more rapid storm restoration. The industry's response to that has been a whole influx of these contractors that really go from state to state to state. For lack of a better word, they are storm chasers. So I think that's really what almost all utilities have come to the conclusion. And they have not tried to staff up in order to handle these very large storms. What Chris is referring to is we have looked at, you'd have to go back quite a ways in time. The RSO that you've heard us talk about several times, Response Specialist Organization. I'm sorry, I call them troubleshooters. That used to be kind of almost a skeleton workforce, and it wasn't staffed 24/7, and that was not meeting our customer expectations. So we made a big change several years ago to ramp that up to where it's in the range of 120 line workers. They work rotating shifts. They cover 24/7. So at any point in time, whether it's at 10 o'clock on a Monday night or 3 a.m. on a Sunday, whether it's a struck pole or a breezy weather, we have our own internal line workers that are already on, and they're able to immediately respond to those outages. It gives us flexibility in terms of ramping them up or down to some degree through the use of internal overtime. That's really worked out very, very well for our customers, and it's been very cost effective. Now, that obviously took 100 or so line workers from our Monday through Friday day staffing, and we were very heavily reliant at that point in time upon external contractors on a day-to-day basis. In this storm, sometimes they're referred to as dock crews. And our goal has been to really turn that model around, to bring on more line workers so that we're able to offset those dock crews, perform our normal annual work plan, as Chris says, with our own internal workforce. We find that to be more efficient, better in the long run. And it has taken us several years to do it because the line worker resources are really not out there. We tried for a couple of years to try to hire people off the street, and we were just not successful in getting the numbers we needed. We've turned to hiring apprentices and training them up. That's a 5-year plan to do that. You can see that in some of the filings that we've made. You've seen our numbers going up. And it's now starting to pay off. Many of our apprentices are starting to graduate into the top rate. We have more internal crews. We have offset almost all of those dock crews. So we're handling a much greater percentage of our capital work with an internal workforce. When we do turn to external workforce, it tends to be on a very specific job, and we're bidding it out on a lump sum basis. So we're driving a lot of efficiencies there. And I think that's also helping us on these smaller level events that are kind of buried in our base rates, if you will. But we don't see the value of trying to ramp that up significantly beyond that to be able to handle these huge events.
Sure. Excuse me. So it sounds like you're trying to optimize, which is appropriate, your regular workforce and your contract workforce. And that makes a lot of sense. And the other thing about the contract workforce is that's a competitive environment. It's something that the labor market can take care of to an extent, and you certainly wouldn't want to maintain excess capacity as you described. I actually use the word capacity when, bless you, I really actually meant efficiency. I was really trying to drive, so again, I appreciate that discussion, but I was really trying to get to the in-house capacity to deploy that contract workforce in the most efficient way possible. In other words, as you go forward, you develop, we've talked a lot today about, information systems and other things, so you develop maybe additional expertise in-house that can help lower that outside contracting, expense, frankly, let's be honest, that's what we're here for, over time. So that's what I was kind of looking for those, synergies or opportunities.
Thought I broke the microphone there for a minute, so. Yeah, great question. I would say if you just, again, go back and look over time where we see the synergies, and I apologize, the microphone's this way or that way, but a lot of it is driven by the outage management system. If you go back in time, outage management systems in the past were almost glorified paper ticket systems that were just digitalized. But that's not the modern outage management system. So when these large events come, we have thousands of events, sometimes, into the tens of thousands, and it becomes very difficult to manage. But the outage management system allows a level of visibility into those events. And we've established RMTs, response management teams. So we have a core group of people. There are engineers, there are supervisors, there are dispatchers. They really understand our system. Many of them use the OMS on a daily basis to handle normal storms. So that is how we're really managing the crews in a storm. It's through that outage management system. We're able to prioritize the jobs. We're able to flag the fire and police standing by jobs. We're able to flag the town critical facilities. We're able to flag schools. You're able to have that visibility. The response management teams are tasked with giving out one job at a time to one crew through that field resource coordinator. And they're able to, it's a very large screen. It's an extremely stressful job, but they're really managing it through. And if you think about them, that team is highly motivated. They all live in Connecticut. Their families might be affected. Certainly their neighbors are. Everybody who knows who they work for. The next ball game you go to, you might be asked about that storm. So they are highly motivated to efficiently work their way through those crews and finish the storm and drive it down. Internal crews, same thing. These are crews, they live here, they know our system, they're highly motivated to get this work done. Their neighbors all know who they work for and that they're line workers for Eversource. In terms of those external crews, you could argue potentially there's a little bit less internal drive because they're not all necessarily from Connecticut, but there is a certain level of satisfaction that line workers get when you, after all those steps I talked about yesterday, when you finally close that switch back in or that fuse back in, at night you visibly see the lights come on. During the day, you're often getting direct feedback from the customers. These crews get a lot of satisfaction out of that. But in addition to that, our field resource coordinator is out there with them. They're driven to get these jobs done. And ultimately, the response management teams and the outage management system are helping us drive efficiency in those storms.
Thank you. Back to OCC, I guess. Sorry.
Thank you. I don't remember where I was. Oh, so turning next to OCC 503. And this is a narrative response, so if the witnesses need a minute to review, that's fair. Take your time.
.503, you said?
Yep, OCC 503,
Thank you.
and it is on the screen.
Okay, I'm there.
Great, thank you. So I just have a few questions about this. From my understanding, this response refers to a 2021 internal assessment of the company's emergency response to major events. Is that correct? For the years between 2017 and 2020.
Correct.
So the 5 storms there in subpart B that were used, why those 5? I'm just curious. Why did the company select those 5 storms as part of its assessment?
Most likely because they were, of size we see more frequently, there would be a better assessment. We'd most likely remove some outliers that would, drive you to a decision that may not be rational.
Okay. Thank you. So further down in that same response, the company notes that 2 of these storms were, quote, atypical, end quote, and resulted in actual event durations that were beyond the typical restoration duration. So my general question in response to that is, how did these particular storms impact the company's decisions moving forward regarding crew levels or other resources?
So this assessment was an independent third-party assessment by Accenture on our restoration performance in comparison to other industries, and we were determined to be truly above industry normals. So I just want to put that out there. So internal, yes, internal, but with assistance of a third party. Just back to our first question. So can you repeat the second question, please?
Yeah, sure. So how did this or not internal, but third party performed, but internal assessment, how did this inform the company's decision making and storm response moving forward in relation to crew levels, resources, other factors?
Overall, the assessment found this to be operationally sound. Costs were determined to be necessary, given the storm conditions, and decisions were deemed to be reasonable at the time. It did find some opportunities that were more forward-looking around communications and technology. I don't recall the specifics to those, but that was some of the findings.
All right. So did the company make any changes in its levels of crews in response to this report?
Not that I recall.
Okay, thank you. When the company revised its ERP in 2021 following the tropical storm Isaias proceeding and crew levels increased, did the company make a downward adjustment to typical restoration durations?
Are you referring to the restoration durations within the event level matrix table?
Yes.
I would have to check to be certain. I do not recall a change, but I would have to look it up and do a comparison.
That's fair. Attorney Pace, would you rather have that as a read-in or a late file? I'm indifferent, so.
Sorry, at this point, we'd like to request a late file if we're able to do that.
Yep.
Thank you.
That'll be late file 20, and I guess it's just a question of whether the event restoration durations were reduced in the 2021 iteration of the ERP.
That's correct. Thank you,
Can I
Chairman.
ask the panel, I think I heard you referred, I think you have some name that you apply to the like version number something per ERP. Do you know what version of the ERP? What would you call the ERP adjustment after the Isaias decision?
I believe that's revision 5, subject to check though.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just since that's, I think, the language that makes sense to you, I'll just refer to it as revision 5 of the ERP. Is that good? Okay, thank you.
We would be comparing revision 4 and revision 5.
That's
sure.
correct.
So I'll say were the event restoration standards reduced in revision 5 of the ERP as compared to revision 4?
That'll do it. Thank you, Chairman. Bless you. In the company's view, does the typical restoration duration in the ERP matrix, does that reflect customer expectations for restoration times?
You know, one of the key parts to our event level matrix, while we use it as a planning tool, another key part is the communications internally and externally. So when we communicate internally to our team, we communicate that, you know, say a level 5U expect to be restoring 130,000 customers for X number of days. And we also use that in our external communications in the briefings, which go here to the commission. So it's a great tool for planning, and we also use that for communications.
All right. But in your view, in terms of customer expectations, is it reflective of that? Do customers expect faster restoration or perhaps slower? I don't think many do, but
I think, you know, we set the customer expectations through our communications. Whether they accept them or not is, you know, I can't tell you.
all
I
right.
think Mr. Sullivan wanted to add also.
Yeah, well, I mean, Chris did cover it. I think we try to set expectations for our customers based on, hey, this large storm is coming. This is what we think might happen. This is how long it's going to take. But at least what I hear in your question is really, well, what do you think the customers really want? And they want as fast as possible restoration. I think it may have been Commissioner Cheeseman who said, you know, after 10 minutes, they're angry and they're calling. And unfortunately, I think that can be accurate for some. And certainly, you know, even after a few hours have gone by on a normal blue sky day, we're all digitally connected. Everything is driven really through having that power grid up and running. It's really what people have come to rely upon for their day-to-day lives in a greater sense than perhaps they were in the past. And I think there is just a greater level of customers wanting to have rapid restoration. And to some degree, I would say the same applies to our towns. Their desire to have certainly their critical roads, but not just their critical blocked roads, all of their blocked roads. You know, one of the items we put into place was the municipal hub. So it allows those communities through a web-based portal to put in their blocked roads. We meet with all the cities and towns once a year. We go through our ERP with them. We stress the Muni Hub. So on the good side, they're able to put that information in. We're able to see that information. It goes into our outage management system. It gets coded as a priority job. And when we dispatch a crew, it gets pushed back to their portal so they're able to see it. So the good news is we have much greater visibility with our towns. You know, to some degree, the bad news is they've much more focused on those blocked roads and on those critical facilities, and they're really pushing us to respond as quickly as possible, as they should. But I'm just trying to, you know, respond to your question. I think customer expectations are very high, and from what I can see, they continue to rise.
Thank you.
And I'll just add, the ELM, the duration within the ELM is what we initially communicate. The ETRs are really what sets, you know, a clear and realistic expectation so the customers can make, you know, informed decisions about their personal safety. Do I go to my brother's house, my mother's house? What do I do? That's when the ETRs, I think the ETRs have more weight in that, or more for the purpose of what you're asking.
Thank you. So my next question is about available on-site contractors. When the company reports the actual number of crews that were used for restoration, are on-site contractors classified as internal crews or external crews?
External.
Okay, thank you. And is there a threshold number of crews that once the company hits, you have to require or acquire external crews?
No. Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, yeah. Is there a threshold at which point the company knows it needs to acquire external crews?
So we know any given day how many contractors are working what we quote unquote as on system. That could be 25, 30 crews today. And if we're going to get 200 crews, we treat those that are working today on the system as part of those 200 that we'll be hiring. So now we only have to procure 170 crews because we know we already have 30 on the system.
Okay,
We first start with the assessment of what's available from our internal crews, our
right.
line crews, and on our RSO. And on a day like today, we have 10 contractors, crews, storm that could be, we could form 10 storm crews with our contractors that are working today.
All right.
So we know those numbers. Whatever we determine through our planning is needed in total, we fill the gap with the additional hiring of external crews.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, particularly in response to Mr. Baldwin. So on a Tuesday, there could be 30 on-site contractors locally, but 2 weeks later, on a Tuesday, there could be 50, and that would change that threshold.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. In order to provide the number of crews that are estimated in the company's ERP, does it always require the company to use external crews at any event level?
The line crews at onset for a level 5 are based on our internal crews and what's available for contractors on the system.
Okay. Today, like as of today, do you know how many internal crews the company has available?
Precisely no, but we typically, can get close to about 260. Today we have working with far less contractors on the system, so we usually can get to about 260 crews. That's a norm right now.
All right, thank you. That's
But
fine.
it fluctuates with, if we hire more contractors, do planned work, obviously we'd get there easier.
Thank you. Are external crews called in before a storm to be available at the onset of the storm for every event level?
The time in which we call in crews is determined on when the storm is going to approach and shift. So, for example, if we have a storm which will start to enter the state of Connecticut at 1800 hours today, we know that it's anticipated that the damage will not start to significantly increase till 4 a.m. We will have our internal crews cover from 1800 to 0600 in the morning. We'll staff up, have crews on call, have additional RSO on, and then we would bring in our external contractors at 0600 to make the most efficient use of those resources so they're not on the clock, when there's no damage occurring. So we try to plan it out in that way. As you know, we could get 1,000 outage events at 1800 hours and the whole plan could be blown to pieces. But we do try to plan for the most efficient use of the external hires by having them start at the best time possible for response to the storm.
All right.
We also look at if there's not a large contingent of contractors that are needed, we make sure that their start time, say, to Chris's point, is 0700 from their home show up. So therefore, you're not paying any type of mobilization or demobilization timing for that. They're at their home show up, and then we use operations to then know where to quickly move them to in the event that we have outages. So you may have some in the northwest corner that have their show up there, southeast corner of Connecticut that have their show up there. We would then deploy them from there to those areas that have impacts. And again, that just reduces any type of logistical, lodging, or mobilization, demobilization charges.
Thank you. Mr. Clorio, I have a brief follow-up. You had cited a few minutes ago that there's approximately 260 internal crews available on a given day. Does that include contractors?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's today.
All right.
Today.
So of that number today, do you have a sense of the breakdown? How many are contractors versus, FTEs of the company?
We could typically form,
we have FMLA, vacation, there's a lot of factors in there, but we typically, when you include our area work center crews and our RSO, we can put together 250 crews. So the 260, we get there with the 10 contractor crews that are working on the system. That's kind of the typical range or estimate.
Okay. So it's fair to say that the majority are internal CLPs.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Can I ask as a follow-up, are the 10 contractor crews subject to ROFR clauses in their contract and that's why they're available?
No, no. It's just, and again, to Chris's point, it could fluctuate. Next week, it could go to 15 if there was a large contract that went out to bid that was awarded. 10 is typically the average right now in Connecticut that have routine work that they've been given to do. So, but it has nothing to do with the ROFR, and we're not hiring to bring them in for just for storm or anything like that. They're doing basically blue sky work.
Okay, so the 10 crews are just crews that are currently under contract generally, and you'd be able to direct them to storm work.
We would just shift them
Got
from
it.
doing blue sky work today to doing a storm tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I know this may be one of those questions where it's situationally dependent, but typically, how many days in advance of a storm onset are external crews secured?
It's a very difficult. Some storms we have high confidence in the prediction early on. Some we don't know. Like I think it was Steve was talking about the nor'easter, those off the coast. We didn't know where it was going to land till it went by. So, a lot of that is also dependent on the availability of crews. We may have to make an early decision based on other states, other parts of the country securing large amounts of crews to respond to the same storm or other storms. If you look back to a couple of weeks ago, Midwest had a wind event, which was well under forecasted. They had 45 mile an hour peak gusts. They had 80, 85. That sucked all the resources out. Then when they had a blizzard come through, and then we had a weather event. So there's so many variables there that could happen that change when we source crews, when we go out to hire. It's not a simple task. It can be very complex at times. It requires us to make decisions earlier than we would like.
Understood. Thank you.
And if I could just follow up, these are the ones, we tend to focus on those because they tend to be the bigger ones, but we've had events that have gone the other way as well. As I mentioned, we're typically running 40 or 50 of what we would call a storm per year. There's a certain number of those they're in the gray area. They're where we're looking at, should we or should we not bring in external crews? And if it's a small event like that and it's not regional and we have confidence that we could bring in crews very quickly, then we might lean towards, we're not going to bring any external crews in. We might put some additional RSO on the overnight, our troubleshooters. We might put some of our internal crews on call, but we're going to try and handle this with our internal crews. And then there are times where the actual event occurs and we realize we should have brought in additional crews. Now, most of those times, we would go to what we call monitoring. And we actually still send out a briefing sheet that talks about, hey, we're monitoring this. We haven't declared an ERP, but we see there's a weather event and it's a borderline event. But we have had events. I know you prefer that I stay on the ones that are in this filing, but my memory doesn't go back that far. As recently as December, it was mid-December, we made the decision after a lot of internal debate to handle it with our own internal crews. It came in very strong, much stronger than we anticipated. We declared an ERP mid-event while the outages were occurring, and we were able to because we knew there was crews available, we were able to get the crews in quickly, and we were able to restore customers quite rapidly and would still live within the matrix levels, if you will. But that was an event where clearly we did not acquire crews until the storm was upon us and the storm had hit, if that's a portion of your question.
Thank you. Are external crews a more costly resource than internal crews?
It's a little bit difficult to say because it's not an hour by hour direct correlation. So when you bring in contractors, you are paying for the contracting company to a certain extent with their loaders and their insurances and everything that they have within their built-in costs. And when the storm is over, then you're releasing those resources. So it's very difficult to draw a direct correlation between, at the time, if you were to bring in 25 Eversource 25 Eversource crews on property and 25 contractors, an hour per hour rate, the contractor would be to some degree higher, I would expect.
Thank you. That's fair.
Now, I'll just add, the company's full-time employees are not costed or recovered in that way under rate making, so.
Right.
And they perform a broad range of work, operations, maintenance, capital across the entire year. So as Mark said, not easy to compare.
So I'm going to turn to OCC 350 now. It's another narrative response, so feel free to take some time to review that and refresh your recollection.
And just to be clear, you're not referring to the attachments, right? Just the
Right, the narrative
response. Thank
response.
you.
That's correct. Thank you.
Bless you.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. So in this interrogatory, we had asked about a trend in decreasing average restoration times, and the company had indicated that it did not agree that average restoration durations are decreasing. Is that correct, generally?
Generally, yeah, no.
Thank you. So in response to OCC 384, attachment 1, and again, you can have a moment to pull this up because I need to as well.
Are we on OCC 384 or the supplement? Is it
The
OC?
attachment, so it should be what's on the screen, yeah. So what's on the screen is what we're looking at, it's just the attachment. Attachment 1,
And this is OCC 384?
that's correct.
Okay.
So for time period 3 in that first table, which is July 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2023, it shows that there were 26 storms and that 14 of those storms were restored in less than the minimum ERP typical restoration duration. Is that correct?
I just want to point out that in that first time period, some of those events were large. They were, they're not a great comparison to period 2 or 3. So it's hard to compare an event that had, say, 1,400 outage events to one that had 4,000. So this simple analysis, while maybe it gives you some information, it's a very narrow look.
Okay, thank you. I understand that. So since never mind, withdrawn. Are you aware whether there's any storm events in this proceeding where the company failed to restore customers, within or below the typical restoration duration?
And just to be clear, when you say typical, are you referring to the event level matrix?
That's
the ERP at that point in time? Okay.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you. So I'm still looking at the same attachment we have on the screen here, and there's in the incredibly tiny font, note 3. The company notes that it excluded storms with fewer than 400 trouble spots from these calculations. I'm just curious as to why those were excluded, what the rationale behind that was.
If you think about, our previous discussions, you're staffing and preparing for an event to occur as predicted. It did not. You had lower number of outage events to respond to, therefore it would significantly decrease the average restoration duration and make it an anomaly. It would not be good data to represent the overall set.
Okay, so it's fair to say that those represented outliers, for lack of a better word.
I don't know if I would put them in as outliers. We're trying to put together data as to determine an average restoration time. And you have to choose what data you include in any analysis.
Is it accurate to say that the company is ultimately the entity that has control over how many crews are secured and used for storm restoration?
I would say the only limiting factor would be the availability of the resources based on what's going on in the region around us. The factors that are outside of our control could impact that.
Understood. Thank you. Just give me one moment to check something. Answer that. So my final thing actually is not a question, but I'm going to amend again. Late file, I think it was 19.
1 second. Yeah, 19 was the very long one referencing OCC 347 supplemental 1 attachment 1 with the question about higher than indicative of level 5 events.
Yep. Just one moment. Well, it's about to get longer. I'm the Tolstoy of late files. So if we could add on to that if possible and ask for an explanation based on the corrected data, why internal crew utilization has been low since September 2021.
There's a conclusion there in that question about, so there's a judgment call there by the person asking the question. Is there a data response they're pointing to support that conclusion? Or can you rephrase the form of the question?
Yeah, it's that same data response. I'm just looking at the numbers of internal crews that were used. And since September 2021, it appears to decrease. So I'm just wondering if there's any sort of reason for that or an explanation, and to the extent the company can provide that.
Yeah, I was going to ask low as compared to what, but I think you're asking the internal crew utilization decreased as of 2021 as compared to prior years?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that acceptable, Attorney Pace?
That is. Thank you.
Got it. That'll be,
All right. All right, my friends, we've heard the chimes at midnight. We're done. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate your cooperation today, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
thanks to OCC. We have, I think, the Attorney General next on the agenda. I'm working from memory here, though, so correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, Deep. Okay. I have and I think that's it on the agenda for cross for this panel today. Is that? Oh, right. The people who work for us. Authority staff. And I actually had some questions that maybe make the most sense after at this moment, because some of it's sort of follow up on OCC. So maybe, I guess I'll wait for staff to not have to not hear them. I had one follow-up question about, I want to make sure, totally sure I understand the way the ROFR contracts work. Because I'm going back to that same question I asked before about like I know it's just an illustrative example of today, maybe there's 10 crews, and I understand that that's not relative to the ROFR, but based on the testimony I heard yesterday, I thought that I would have thought that there's also some crews that are subject to a ROFR provision, meaning like if there was a nightmare sudden storm that came out of nowhere right now, I would have assumed you'd have maybe those 10 crews that are currently under contract and not on ROFR, but then also whoever is on a ROFR clause. Is that not correct?
So the ROFR agreement is almost like a sub-agreement to a contract, right? And we don't have a ROFR agreement with every single contractor.
Right.
You were right to say that typically if there was a microburst tonight, right, we would most likely, because if you think about how an event that would happen so quickly, it's probably going to impact a small area, but it's probably going to be very devastating to a local area. But most likely there's resources available in the area because they haven't been absorbed by other utilities, other contracts. When we see large storms coming up the coast, when contractors see very large potential for large events, catastrophic events that could potentially be hitting the area, they will basically enact the ROFR agreement, which is basically, we are saying, we know we're gonna have to hire crews and we know that the availability is going down and we need to lock these crews in now.
Okay. Because I think that's what I assumed is my misunderstanding from yesterday, I think I was assuming a longer term for these contracts than I think I was imagining you got like X number of crews that just for a year, like you can just pull out of nowhere. But these are
It's typically like a 3-year process. In fact, we're in the process of going through it right now, redoing the ROFR agreement in terms of reissuing it and freshening it up. So, and again, we do it with, probably a half a dozen to 9 contractors.
Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, we can hire them outside.
Outside of the ROFR, so you don't have to.
We don't have to.
Right. And typically and if you look, we very seldomly actually use the ROFR.
Yeah, okay. So, but I guess like, it sounds like my misunderstanding, it sounds like the time at which you're reaching out, trying to contract with these people is this time when you're seeing something coming. It's not just something,
Correct.
You're not just kind of like.
Correct.
Okay, that's I think what I was missing yesterday.
It's also important to note what precipitates the ROFR is the contractor reaching out to us and saying that they have been contacted by another utility. And therefore, do we want them to hold and work for us, or are we allowing them to go to work for the other utility? That's the key trigger behind what then enacts the ROFR. So I think that's a distinction that needs to be made.
Thank you. That I did understand. My question was more about like how you get to the ROFR to begin with, like, how you're finding the people to develop the ROFR agreement to begin with, but
understood.
Clear now. Thank you.
Thank you. And this may be a follow-up, and if you're going to answer this in Attorney Minikowski's last question, I'm asking about your head count for internal crews, given his question was, why have we seen a decrease in the use of internal crews? Has your head count actually decreased? And I don't know about what you are seeing just in conversations with local employers, electric boat, for example, they're seeing a large number of retirements and the ability to replace those retiring workers. Again, and this may be corollary or totally tangential to Attorney Minikowski's question, but in terms of your headcount for those line crews you can dispatch in storm events.
I think, the late file exhibit will address a specific question that was pretty much for, I believe, a specific period of time, at least as I look at the crew sheet. But since that time, somewhere in the 2020, 2021 range, post creating the RSO, where we moved all of our troubleshooters over, we attempted to hire external line workers that were fully qualified, came to the realization that we really couldn't do that, and certainly not in the numbers that we wanted to. Went on a hiring program, formed partnerships with state community colleges, where there's a line worker certificate program. We've had great response out of that. We've brought in order of magnitude 40 apprentices a year over each year for several years. They take about 5 years to become fully qualified. They don't all make it. This is not a career that's for everybody. But we've actually, since that time frame that was referred to, I would say our internal resource crews have climbed back up. And that has what's, to some degree, the dock crews, we've offset the dock crews, and the dock crews are no longer here. Those have kind of netted out. So net, we have about the same number of crews available, but many more of them are our internal line workers. We are battling many of the things that you talked about in terms of folks potentially retiring, but we have a pretty good, we're at the point now where it's more hiring in the level of around 10 to 20 per year, where we're looking forward to attrition and saying, well, over the course of 5 years, as these folks become fully qualified, we should be netting out and pretty close to the staffing levels that we currently are at.
All right, thank you. And
Add one thing to that though, and sorry, right here.
Go ahead.
In relation to what Mr. Sullivan said, if you do look though from 2020 to today, we are well over net of attrition, well over 100 FTEs higher. So we have been trying to keep up or increase.
And over the last contract, we increased the RSO. So that was another 26 line workers that are in our area work center that went to the RSO organization within the period of storms that we're discussing here.
I actually had a couple more questions. Throughout a couple times during OCC's cross, the impression, I don't want to assume anything about sort of where they're coming from, but I'll use OCC 347, the attachment, as an example. It seemed like, OCC was asking some questions that were sort of, that seemed to be ways generally to kind of look at, like, aggregate the data, the cost data across like the set of storms we're reviewing in this case, and frame them in certain ways, like cost per event, and then you doing some of the sort of math that's sort of in that attachment and other attachments like it. And I did hear a bunch of responses from the panel about why it can be dangerous, I think, to summarize, to start drawing assumptions like that from the data. We're talking about the volatility of weather itself. We're talking about the various sizes of storms in any given year. It's hard to do apples to apples comparison. I did hear all of that. I'm just, and I get all of that. I'm just wondering if the company can help, like if there's I guess I'll back up. We are faced with, as I think Mr. Sullivan has pointed out, an enormous amount of data. Frankly, no one can go through every invoice in this docket and make adjustments on an invoice level. But so the task in front of us is to evaluate the prudence and reasonableness of these costs. And we kind of can't use that tool. So I very much appreciate what it feels like the efforts of OCC to kind of come up with other tools, right? Like, well, maybe we could figure this out on a per storm basis or on an average basis, an annual basis based on ERP, or et cetera, sort of like what a reasonable expectation of cost could have been to sort of use as a comparative baseline. I am not making any comment suggesting that I've decided anything about anything that's been presented. My ultimate question, though, is there anything the company uses or would recommend using to kind of do the same analysis? And I think from the company's end, I would think it would be reasonable for the company to be sort of having some sort of internal metrics to determine, like, how could we be making sure the improving cost controls, not suggesting that there's a problem with them, but as a company, like, you're always trying to iterate to improve everything, right? So anyway, that was a long drawn out question, but I'm basically just trying to express it would be great if we had some sort of suggested metrics for how do we determine whether particular storm costs are reasonable or not, sort of in the aggregate, since we can't be looking at every single receipt. So help us help you.
Yeah, I'm not going to have the metrics off the top of my head, but again, I would just go back to, if you look at the costs, and I know that you have, the vast majority of the costs are external contractors. If you look at those rates that we've been paying those external contractors, I believe you'll find that they're extremely competitive with what both everybody else in the industry and certainly everybody else in the Northeast is paying. And then if you go back and so then a lot of it you could say then falls back on, well, let us take a look at your hiring. How many did you hire? And I think if you went through, and again, my memory is closer to the last couple of years versus the time frame that we're back here, but I would think if you looked at the data, you would see that there is no pattern of us hiring a set number of crews. Like level 5, we always hire 550 external crews. I think if you look at the hiring levels, it resembles much more of a scatter plot that at least I would expect based on my experience of that we're reacting to the weather and ultimately what damage will that cause to the system and trying to make a decision based on that on what is the right number. And that would vary widely. And if you're looking at it in snapshots, you could get some different answers. But I think that's what the data will show, that the hiring has been fairly well scattered based on the events. We've had events where we've had to go out mid-storm, hire additional resources, but we've also obviously had events the other way. We've had to offload resources quickly, and we've had many events where we've kept all those resources and we've just plowed to them when we finish. So to me, that resembles attempting to hire towards the middle of a bell curve, informed by what's going on in the region and can we lean right or can we lean left? And that's what it shows. With the caveat that you're asking very good questions of can we figure out a way to put better numbers to that and have a better comparison? The last comparison I would say is just we're considered good in the industry. I mean, there's power outage .us. You can, for those of us who, besides looking at the weather every day, are looking at that every day, you can literally see states across the country getting impacted. You can see their numbers go up. You can see their numbers come down. Generally, when we have a regional storm, it's not very hard to look and see New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania are getting pummeled, similar to the way we are. Their numbers ramp up just like ours, and our numbers come down as fast or faster than theirs. Long Island recently just came up here to review with Chris and his team many items, including how we run day-to-day operations in our system operations center, but a significant part of that was how we respond to storms. Again, I know that's all anecdotal, not good, hard metric data points.
No, that's helpful. I mean, because I think the question I'm asking is like really the question that the question I'm asking is basically a description of the question before us, which is essentially it's a hypothetical, which I know is objectionable, but if you existed in a universe where you had to compete with another company that was responding to the exact same circumstances, how not only could you do a better job, but do it for cheaper? That's the universe that an unregulated company lives in every day, regardless of industry, right? So those companies, I know because I used to work for one, have ways to measure that. They're like, how, we're in this competitive industry, we got to beat the guy across the street. How are we, as a baseline, how do we determine what it means to be beating the guy across the street? Like, what are we looking at? That's the question I have, is like, what is that here? Like, what is it that we should be looking at to see, oh yeah, this company is doing a killer job here and reducing costs?
So I think some of the other things we were certainly looking at, like this past year, we went through a whole endeavor to put new contracts out for our overhead storm contractors, right? And we've seen we have now, as I was stating, have 82 contractors in, and we measured what were their rates before and what are their rates now, and how were we able to get those that were very expensive back towards the middle, right? And how were we able to reduce some on an average basis? So if we were paying, the average was X dollars, right? Did we see a reduction? Which we did, in how are we now able to build this pool? So when we go to the market, right, we're going after more competitive contractors. Then we do track every single storm. What is our average cost per contractor, right? And we measure that off of a storm that happened in January, the first week of January of 2024. And we've been tracking every time we've hired an external contractor for a storm and what the average cost per crew has been. So these are some of the metrics that we're trying to develop that is quantitative, that says, are we doing a good job? But there's competing factors. It's at what time did you go to hire, right? So if we go real early, we could be a little bit cheaper, but we may have overhired. And there's just so many of these metrics that you put in place that says, okay, maybe we should have hired on Friday and we waited until Sunday morning. Maybe we should have waited till Sunday morning and we hired on Friday, it was too early. Software that we're putting in place, we implemented a software called iUtilitex, right? Which is really tracking a lot of our data behind the scenes that we can get at that data a lot quicker. And then we did enter into we did a extensive RFP last year, and last week in December, we landed on a software tool that is going to help with our invoicing and rostering and accuracy and timing all the way through. It's going to take us, all of 2026 and into 2027 with this new software to get it in place. It's used by, again, benchmarking with other utilities is being used widely across the country. And we think that's going to give us another edge in providing more in-depth data at our fingertips to be able to pinpoint some of these things and catch errors. Obviously, catching errors in the midst of the event is critical, right? Because it just streamlines the process up.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask Commissioner Smith's question, which was very different. I saw Commissioner Beecher reaching for the.
It's almost a comment as much as anything else, but as I think about this problem, and as I'm learning, it's an auditing challenge, but it's really a statistical challenge and an analytics challenge. And the more integrated we can become in our approach to the data and our ability to analyze it and mine the data, right? That's what, to me, could help answer the chairman's question. Because you can have metrics, but if you don't have that comprehensive view, you may not be identifying all the metrics you need or developing them the way you could. So yeah, and by having, some of you in the finance world may know a little bit about like XBRL, which SEC is moving toward. The way to, I'm getting a lot of blank stares, but it's more on the finance side, right? To get to a way to like pull together a bunch of financial data. This is kind of similar, right? Like, and the thing is with these tools, then not only can you look at it, but we can too, because we could, in other words, if there was a development of a systems approach to this, it would both enable you to to push yourselves, obviously, again, to be as efficient as possible, and give us the assurance that we need, because we'd have a way to also look at things, if that makes sense. I mean, it's just, it's a very, very data-rich, intense area, and I don't envy the record keeping involved. It is a very big deal, and we can obviously see that, and our staff has certainly experienced it. So, yeah, I think this is how I'm thinking about it more and more as this more statistical and analytical challenge that you have. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Sure. I see your finger.
Yeah, I'll just add to that, just, understanding that our initial response to a storm is dependent on a weather forecast, which, it's not always correct. It could have great variations, and that initial decisions that we make can be, a significant driver of cost. If the weather forecast were to be someday, more reliable or achieve a higher confidence earlier, that would help drive our costs. So those are the pieces. We have a weather forecast, and then we're using others to develop an outage prediction based on that forecast. And there's so many weather models that we look at, and those tools are all using different weather models to determine their prediction.
Yeah.
There needs to be improvement in those areas to really help us at the onset.
Yeah, you're modeling to uncertainty, not certainty, and I think that's a very valid point. But again, there are tools to do that, and that's why, again, I think that the more we can mine the data and learn from it, the better. But yeah, I appreciate the challenge. I do.
All right, I'm sorry, curious that, sorry, I forgot you, first of all, and I'm sorry taking your time. I also apologize I will give the AG's office and Deep another crack at if they do want to exercise their right to cross, because I skipped them in the, if there's I'll ask again after Pure Staff's done crossing, because I messed up the order of the agenda. But I will just ask this question from Commissioner Smith, which I think is I'll just make it a late file request. In his absence, I'm sure he would have liked to have more of a discussion about this, but this will give him the opportunity maybe if we ask for a late file. Commissioner Smith would like, and I will defer to the company on the sort of format of this, but Commissioner Smith would like as clear a picture as possible, whether a narrative or a diagrammatic form of the process, the specific process, kind of step-by-step process from when an external crew, first kind of comes under the command of Eversource in an event, every step between there and when the actual payment is made. But his focus is on the sort of invoicing part of it, meaning the record keeping. I know the basis of his question has to do with the timesheets discussion we've had, et cetera. So he just wants an understanding of sort of step one is the crew comes on, they get the communication, and then at some point they record the timesheets, and then who does the timesheet go to, either externally or internally? What's the approval process look like? So as clear a picture of that whole process as possible. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be late file 21. And I will just describe it as, I guess, an illustration of the record keeping and ultimate invoicing process for external crews. Does that make sense? Okay. Thank you. And finally, if the panel's ready, authority staff can go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Trevor Rowe, Pure staff, joined by Attorney Tanaka and Mr. Steve Capozzi. I'd like to open by talking about contractors and time sheets. So these are going to be some broad questions referring back to a couple of statements made during OCC's cross. So the first of which revolves around the earlier discussed R1 through R4 approval process on the timesheets. To the company's knowledge, is there currently a submission in the record that shows the number of times the contracting company's timesheets have been rejected that includes the R1 through R4 ratings?
No.
Okay. Would it administratively be possible for the company to provide a table by contractor with these results?
I don't believe we'd be able to produce that, just because we track a rejection of an invoice, right, for numerous reasons. And even when I say we track it, I mean, we know that we rejected an invoice and then they had to resubmit an invoice, but there could be a whole host of reasons why that invoice, and there could be multiple reasons why the invoice is rejected. And one of those could be timesheets, but it doesn't identify the rejection as being because of a timesheet.
Would it be feasible to supply an overall by contractor then, instead of just on the timesheet issue, what the rejection rates looks like?
We could provide the rejections, yes.
Okay,
But just so it's noted, like, we find a lot of errors and then we work with the contractor to correct those errors. So say the number is 100 it's gonna be more than that, but it's 100 rejections. There may be 200 rejections. It's just we didn't have to reject the invoice. They were able to correct it because they were very small errors. And then we accepted the invoice and ended up issuing payment.
yes, I think as part of what I'm going to ask for as a lead file here, I think that's also part of the reason why I would like to have that R1 through R4 information included as well.
Okay.
Okay, so late file 20?
I have it as 22.
Okay, I missed a couple then. Late file 22, rejection rates, okay. Go
Just
ahead.
one quick point. You're calling it R1 through R4, but we have a 4-tier approval process. I think you're talking about.
Am I conflating the two?
Yes. So an R is just that a invoice was submitted, we rejected it, they resubmitted that. Now that invoice number becomes R1.
Okay.
So, but the review process goes through a 4-tier process, right? So first the rates are reviewed, then we bounce that off of the hiring emails and everything else, and they're scrubbed. The invoice is then deconflicted, and at the 4th, we go through the delegation of authority, so it goes to the right approvers that go in and actually hit payment on the button.
Okay, so as a follow-up then, if a invoice gets rejected multiple times, does the company keep track of that?
Just from the invoice number that it's gone through revisions.
Okay, so for the submission, does the company have a preferred methodology then to make sure that the by contractor piece is submitted that they would prefer?
I think we're just gonna have to look into the best way to get you the data. And
Okay.
then if you need additional data, we can look to see if we can find, like, if it leads you into another question, we could get that. But I think we'll start with the rejected invoices and see if that satisfies the data request and go from there.
Okay, sounds good. So stating the late file as invoice rejection rates by contractor, would that work as an explanation for the late file?
So are you saying, like, if a contractor invoiced us 100 times, we rejected 5, he's got a 95% acceptance rate and a 5% rejection rate, or?
Yeah, that would work for me.
I don't know if we'd be, because
I think what we can do is we understand the scope of the question that Mr. Rowe is asking. We'd like to be able to do is let us look at the data to see what we have, and then we can provide as much information as we can.
Yeah.
And if Mr. Rowe is not satisfied, he'll have the witness back here at the late file hearing. He can ask us follow-up questions. But we would like a chance just to see what the data is showing us and then present it in a way that explains what data we're showing, and we're happy to produce the witness to answer follow-up questions.
Sure. And I think Mr. Rowe agrees with that. I think we're just trying to figure out what, like, literally what to write here to communicate to the company, like, how to get that data. So that's literally all this would be, is if we call late file 22, please provide invoice rejection rates by contractor. From my perspective, it would be whatever the company can get us that kind of gets something like that in order to facilitate the conversation, as long as that's is that language clear to kind of communicate that we're looking for something that kind of
Yes.
gets us there? Okay. Thank you. That'll be late file 22.
Okay. Following that, has the company ended any contracts with any of the companies who worked on the storms in this proceeding?
For cause or just potentially they've gone out of business or decided not to re-up their contract? 'Cause we-
For cause, yes.
I don't believe not that I'm aware of that for cause.
Okay.
There are companies that no longer do work with us though.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification. So the company discussed earlier that it uses a quality weighting system in selection of the contractors that it gets for storms.
We could provide that, but that is, as we discussed, one of the enhancements we've been doing.
Yeah.
So that's been in development over the past year and a half of developing those metrics. But we can provide those metrics that we track.
Yeah, so to finish, I wanted to get it into the form of a question for you. I was looking specifically for the weighting that the quality index is used by the company in the selection process. So, so that would be late file 23, which would be the weighting system the company uses, including the quality metric for storm response. And what time period it would apply to. Chairman, let me know when you're ready.
Got it. I have please provide the weighting system the company uses, including the quality metric for storm response and the time period it would apply to.
Yes, thank you. And then this is going to take a second. I'd like to refer the company to CLP 49A, page 2478.
And with that exhibit, as we mentioned before, it will take some time. So when the witnesses have it called up, if they could just identify to Mr. Rowe, they have it available. Thank you.
Not that, is this another, just for the record, another one that was filed confidentially that we don't have a redacted version of, just again?
Yes, and for purposes, question will revolve around the pieces of equipment that were used on that submitted timesheet.
Okay.
Okay. So earlier during OCC's line of questioning, did the company state that a pole dinky was most likely used when responding to this event?
Well, to load the pole, they would have had to put it on a pole dinky. Either they had one or they utilized one of ours. Many times contractors will utilize our own that are in the yard when loading a pole.
Okay. So is a pole dinky a piece of equipment that would be normally tracked under the timesheet? Okay,
Not typically, no.
understood. That ends my line of questioning. For today, sorry.
Good afternoon, panel. Stephen Capozzi, Authority Staff. So I want to start, my first question. about how the company accounts for storm costs. So the company, is it correct that the company accounts for storm costs by implementing accrual accounting?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And is my understanding correct that that means at some point, the company accounts for the costs, estimates the cost at the time they occur? Then later, when they get and pay an actual invoice, then they record the actual cost and remove the original estimate. Is that how that works roughly?
That's accurate.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain a little more about how that works? And first, can you tell me what system you use to implement to record that? What's the name of the system you use to record those costs?
That would be our general ledger.
Your general ledger, okay. Who and when are they adding the estimate for the costs relative to when the actual, work was done?
Yeah, so our goal is to accrue those costs as soon as they're incurred. So the goal of accrual accounting is to put those costs on the GL, as soon as you've ultimately received the services related to those costs. So our goal is to get those estimates on the books the month of the event.
Okay.
Of the storm event, yeah.
Okay. So you target within 30 days or within the actual month?
It would be within the month. So we are a calendar year company. So each month we do an accounting close. So our goal would be to get it on the books during that accounting close.
Okay. So if an event happens in like around Christmas, you're scrambling to get those in?
Exactly.
Okay. 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 Now, so when the company receives an invoice, there's been a bunch of questions about, receiving invoices from contractors. My question is trying to get at what the typical time is for when the company receives an invoice. And forgive me if this has already been answered. When the company, for the storms under question, when the company receives invoices after when the work is originally done? Like how long does that take? Typically a range of time?
Yeah, I would say typically it's within a couple of months, but there are outliers and some of them very extreme where, we haven't received invoices in many months and in sometimes over a year.
Okay. I know the company provides instructions to the vendors on what information needs to be included in the invoice. Is that correct? Such as timesheets and other supporting material?
Correct.
Okay. I assume does that have some effect on the time? Would you, in your understanding, would that have some effect on the time it takes for a contractor to provide an invoice to you, making sure they have all the documentation prepared?
Yeah, I would say specific to line crews, which are the crews that typically have a high volume of timesheets. So, a lot of the timing of how quickly they can get us the invoice, it relies on their own administrative and back office processes, and obviously the size of the invoice. So if they're billing for hundreds of crews, that might have been here for multiple days, you got to imagine they're going through a significant amount of paperwork to build that up. But it does start with that timesheet, and then it builds up into a summary and then a total cost.
Okay.
And sorry, just one other to add, there's also the incidental costs, whether it's gasoline or hotels that they might have procured during MOB or demob and meals. That also adds hundreds and hundreds of pages to some of these invoices.
Okay. Will they generally provide that information, for example, gasoline costs in addition to timesheet costs on one invoice, or do you sometimes or often see them separate?
I've seen them both ways, but they're definitely broken out. If they are together, there's usually a breakout on the invoice between the labor and equipment and the incidentals.
Okay. Is it possible for you to know exactly when sort of the first invoice you received for a storm and the last invoice you received for a storm?
Can I confer 1 second?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we're on. Yep, sorry.
Yes. So the answer is yes. We could use our supply chain or our accounts payable system to tag the invoices when they were received. There is that date stamp.
Okay. Is that a manual process or is that? relatively easily done. If I were to ask for a late file for that information,
I don't believe that's manual. I believe that's something we can query in our supply chain system.
but you say that there's some invoices that can take over a year. And I think I even heard today that there may be some outstanding invoices or some invoices under dispute. So that's actually maybe a different issue. But do you know whether you've received every invoice for all the storms in question?
No, so the discussion earlier, so we do have a small amount of accruals that we have not sought recovery for yet, but we have documented in discovery just to be forthcoming on some of the invoices that haven't been received.
Okay, I would like to, you know what though? If you have outliers, the very last, so what I'm really looking for is when you received essentially like a bulk of the cost, invoices for a bulk of the costs, and I don't really care about any outliers. Like if one or two invoices are a year and a half later, don't really care about that. What I care about is, 95%, 99% of the costs we've received invoices for these. Is that something you could pull out, you think?
Yeah, I think either way, I think it's the same level of effort because my thinking is we'll take the full list of invoices that we have in this docket and we will query them all to figure out what dates we received them.
Okay. So I guess I would request a late file, Chairman.
Yeah, is it something like on average, what's the average amount of time elapsed between incurrence and invoice? Like for like 90% of, before 90% of invoices are received or something like that? Does that make
90% of invoices or 90% of costs, something like that, yeah.
By storm?
For each storm, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And I know am I okay to proceed, Chairman?
I think so. That would be late file 24. And I have for each storm, what is the average amount of time between incurrence of costs and receipt of invoice? I'm just trying to figure out like how to phrase your to the exclusion of outliers thing, or maybe we don't need to put it in there and you can just understand that it's an average. Is that okay?
It's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Now, there's also been a discussion what the company does after it receives an invoice before it makes payment. I also want a similar kind of thing. Really, I'm just looking for how long on average, or for each storm, it takes for, when the company receives the invoice to when it's making payment. Is that something that's also providable in a similar way?
Yeah, I think we could likely do that in the same poll. I think that's a date stamp within our system.
So maybe we could amend that late file.
And to be clear on the scope of that second piece, you're looking for like a 90%, right? Order of magnitude, not the outliers.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Thank you. Okay.
So I added a second sentence to late file 24 that says for each storm, what is the average amount of time between receipt of invoice and issuance of payment? Is that good? And again, with the understanding that if there's two invoices that for whatever reason are later than everyone else. Okay, thank you.
And there was some discussion this morning with Attorney White from OCC about disputed invoices. How much of the costs under review are still in dispute? Is it a very, very small amount or is it?
Yes, it's a small amount. And it would be similar to those UVLs we mentioned. Some of those we just haven't received. Another subset are under dispute, which is why we haven't paid them yet.
Okay.
I believe it's under 2 million.
Okay.
I have 2 million.
Okay, thank you. Maybe this isn't, tell me if this is not the right question for this panel and I'll reserve it for the next one. And this may have been answered in testimony, but how long, once the company decides it wants to come in for a prudence review of costs, how long does it take for the company to prepare an application? Yeah. And understanding that may depend.
Well, it definitely varies on the amount of storms and also the magnitude of the storms, right? Because if you think a lot, like an ECIS, lots of invoices, lots of extra time needed to collect those invoices, review those invoices, get those invoices paid. So it's hard to say definitively.
Can I follow up with a question? I'll make it more specific. How long does the company know, or can it tell us how long it took to prepare the application for the storms in this proceeding? I know there were multiple filings.
If we need a late file to be able to do that, we can. That'd be late file 25. You want that as a separate late file, Mr. Capozzi?
It's probably a separate late file.
Okay.
Okay, can you help me with the request for that one?
How long it took the company to prepare the application for this. We have a couple dockets here. To prepare the storm costs that are under review in this proceeding, the application for that.
Okay. Is that acknowledging that we've got several dockets and several attempts at, I mean, I guess, was it fine to defer to the company as to how to answer that question, or does the company need more specificity on like what exactly?
And Chairman, I'm not looking for a number necessarily, a range and even a narrative description is helpful.
Yeah, no, I think it's clear in terms of what Mr. Capozzi is looking for. There were, 3 significant filings that really comprise what's in front of the authority right now, and we can provide an estimate just in terms of how long it took to pull all the materials together. I think that's what you want, Mr. Capozzi?
That's
Is
right.
that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. We can provide that in late file 25.
Okay, I'm writing down how long did it take for the company to prepare the storm cost application for this docket, but the intent is total, like how long did it take to get all the way here, not specific, because I think for this docket, it didn't, that's a tiny fraction of the amount of time that we're actually looking for, right? Technically, since for this docket, it was, a single motion, I think, that got here, but that's not what we mean, right? Everybody understands. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Just to be clear, we would provide an estimate of our time to prepare the really 3 material filings that comprise the total storm costs that are now being adjudicated. I think that's what you need.
That's what I'm looking for.
The total time to prepare everything that we're looking at in this docket is what we're looking for. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Have all or most of the storm costs for deferred storm costs for 2024 storms, have those been paid?
Give me 1 second to check.
And to clarify, that's sort of the excluding outliers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
And I just want to be clear for the record. I know that the cutoff for this proceeding is 12/31/23, but I know Mr. Capozzi's question is looking ahead, right, to 2024. Is there information that we can give you a sense? Just to make sure there's no disconnect between what you want and what they're going to provide
Yeah,
you.
that's correct.
Yep, so the answer is no. So there are still some costs related to 2024 storms that we're accruing.
And would those be outliers or would those be?
Oh, that's the outliers at this point.
Okay, so it's only outliers at this point?
Yep.
Okay. Why did the company not, and again, if this is maybe more appropriate for the next panel, let me know, but why did the company not elect to have those costs reviewed in this proceeding?
I think if we want to, we can certainly ask the next panel. I know we'll be producing the rates panel and the revenue requirements team. So if that'd be acceptable to you, Mr. Capozzi, we'll produce that panel on Friday, and we're happy to have them respond to that question.
Very good.
Thank you.
That's fine. Okay, so now I want to, there was some talk about how you, yesterday morning, especially early on, about what's a catastrophic storm, and really, I think the question was about, how are, storm costs deferred? How do we defer, or how do we determine whether storm costs are deferred or not? And so the deferral amount for incremental storm costs is 4 million, is that correct? In order to allow deferral of those costs?
Correct,
Okay.
incremental.
That's right. Does it sound correct that threshold was approved in the rate case decision in 171046? It was a April or May 2018 rate case decision. Does that sound correct?
Can I just check, please? That's correct.
Okay, and at that time, I believe that, at that time, the threshold was reduced from 5 million to 4 million. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay, do you recall how, when it was first established as 5 million?
I do not recall.
I was asking because I do not either. I don't have the number, so maybe we'll have to do a read-in or a late file. Okay.
Sure, we'll do that, and then we're gonna take a 5-minute break after this late file. So the late file is going to be, please provide, if possible, the origin of the $5 million reserve cutoff that was in place prior to 171046. Is that the question?
That's right.
Okay. Okay. All right, we are going to take a break until 3:15. I think Mr. Capozzi has maybe half an hour more-ish, is what I'm hearing. Then I will give the Attorney General's office and Deep another chance if they have cross, and then we can do redirect. And that will probably be all we can get to today. Does that make sense to everybody?
Vice Chairman, one question I had about redirect would be our request that since this panel is not completed, we will be bringing them back on Thursday of next week. Could we complete redirect examination once the panel has had all their questions asked of them?
You can. I would also give you a chance to do it twice if you wanted to redirect today. And then, because I think what I'm thinking is, again, authority staff tells me part of why they need to come back next week is because of rolling discovery. I think it's fair to give everyone, my thought is to give everyone another cycle at this panel. So we'd ask EOE if they have any more cross, OCC, all the way through. And then we'd also do redirect again. But if you would prefer to just do it all at once next week, it's entirely up to you.
Thank you. We'll talk about that at the break. Thank you
Okay.
for the opportunity.
So 3:15. We'll do 3:16 because now it's 3:11.
Do you need to let her know?
Yeah, that's.
No, we haven't. Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, how's everything?
Hi, nice to see you.
Good.
Everything's well.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna, yeah. But I so it's just not in the response from they do. We have functions. So we gotta figure out, so I figured out. But like stuff like that. I might even. I remember.
They're all the same, it's the same hearing. Yeah, just tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, I tell someone, or you tell them? Should I tell them? After that. But the job number.
For tomorrow?
What?
For tomorrow?
Yeah.
No, I'll tell them.
You sure?
Yeah, because she asked me this morning.
Oh.
So, I'll tell them. So I got that in.
All right, thanks.
I thought you meant next week. I was like,
Oh, no. Oh, no, I emailed, whoever at Vertex.
I was wondering if I could.
Very responsive, although my email was more.
oh, just like. Thank you. Emailed me about the same thing. 4 times today. 4 people.
Me? Oh. Oh.
No, it's their home.
Oh.
I'm like, oh, I just felt like I needed to verify. It's like answered one lady, I was just, mother, no matter.
Oh,
And they all copied all of you.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, I copied the chairman on it to make it like more, like with a little. What? Oh, God, I was like, pure respect. I did, I said, pure respect. There's one otherwise. I don't, well, I mean, I can just hop in on the vanilla. Okay. All right, I'll make sure the, network is the software check.
Happens to come back, like you.
Oh, yeah, I'll take a look. But the other thing too is I don't know when it's like next week, you know, so if you could just let me know.
I will. So-
Or, because like sometimes they'll just come right through and I don't.
Yeah. I can help.
When you said something, that's why we got it today. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What do you mean? I'm sorry. You know. No.
While leave from recess too.
Okay. Any administrative matters before we resume?
No.
Okay. We will resume with cross from Pure staff.
All right, thank you. So the storm deferral threshold was set at 4 million in 2018. That's correct. Okay. And we've talked this morning, we don't have to rehash that, how costs have changed over time. And I think there was even some discussion about, how you could measure those costs, whether it's, do you recall that through maybe the Handy Whitman Index is one potential measure? Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is it fair to say based on the discussion earlier, using the Handy Whitman Index to measure that, though, may not be totally reflective of storm costs because Handy Whitman is designed for capital costs, which include, materials, whereas the deferred storm costs are primarily labor, overwhelmingly labor. Is that a fair summary of kind of the discussion this morning? Okay. Would the company agree with that summary?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I suppose another way to measure the cost increase for deferred storm costs, since what I heard sounded like they're overwhelmingly external labor costs, would be looking back at contractor pricing sheets over the years. Is that something the company has ever done? So, for example, in this proceeding, we have storms going back to 2018. Have you looked at, pricing agreements with external contractors that you used in 2018 and all the way up through 2023?
So for labor costs and
Vehicle and labor,
vehicle
yeah.
equipment costs, yeah,
Right.
we've made that comparison, especially in recent years.
So just one thing to make sure is clear is there is some variance in the way the cost structure is laid out between different suppliers. So it's not always something that you can ubiquitously lay out across the board.
What's the difference between different contractors? Would it be hourly, some are hourly rates or?
So you might have different clauses that are included. There can be different agreements in terms of what we're going to pay for different units of equipment or labor.
Okay. But you have done some level of analysis looking at that? Was that provided in the record? Do you know?
I don't believe it was. I
Okay.
mean, we've been internally looking at it
Okay.
the past few years, and then especially this past year in 2025, we went out to bid
Okay.
for all new contracts. So that's really when we started looking at what's the index, but what's the average band? What are we expected to see in yearly increases and things like that?
Okay. Is that something that could be provided in a late file exhibit, the company going back to even 2018 and looking at something like that and understanding there's maybe areas where you can't compare, but
We certainly could do a sampling. I mean,
Okay.
we have the rate sheets on file, so.
Okay. And a representative sample or a sampling of one or two contractors would be fine, I think. Okay. And really I'm sorry, that would be a late file, Chairman.
That'd be late file 27, and I think I understand the request to be going back to 18. Please provide a representative sample
One or two contractors.
of, we'll say 2.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can choose, but
2.
And should I just say rate sheets? Is that what would be provided?
Yes. Rate sheets, and that would also include equipment too, typically in the rate sheets.
Okay. Thank you. That'll be late file 27.
Thank you. So what I'm trying to get at is, ultimately, my question is, if we're looking at storm costs, if we're deferring storm costs, if we're deciding what storm costs get deferred at this level of 4 million of incremental costs, does that cost, how, does the company think that cost of 4 million in 2018, I wrote down a question, so let me just read it. Hold on. Should that threshold be changed over time to reflect cost increases for storm restoration costs?
And I think on that question, I'll be producing the rates and the revenue requirements panel. If we can re-raise that, we'd be happy to respond to it on Friday, if that's acceptable.
Happy to wait.
Thank
then.
you.
Okay. Okay. All right, switching topics I just want to talk about work orders for a little bit. So work orders, it's my understanding that the company establishes a work order for a storm to capture all the costs associated with the response to that storm. Is that a correct understanding? If oversimplified?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe I read in the testimony that it's the response specialist organization for the RSO, which makes the decision to establish a storm work order. Did I read that correctly, or is that right?
I would say yes, for most, yes.
Most, okay. And that's kind of where I'm going. For what do you mean for most? Which ones would the RSO not declare or establish a work order? Or decide to establish a work order?
We're doing it for all.
Okay, all right, fair enough. And my question was, does the RSO do that in coordination, for example, with the incident management team for a declared storm event?
The RSO organization reports to me. I am the incident commander, so the RSO is typically the first resource that we start to increase to get ready to respond to a storm. So they're typically the first set of resources that are on storm duty.
Okay.
If I could, I'm sorry, just to add to that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but when you're saying most and then corrected to all, it's not just the events that we're talking about, and it's not just ERPs, as we talked about before. It's multiple storms, including routine storms that are not part of this proceeding. Because we react, it's the same way. We're ramping up, we're ramping down, but we don't really, there isn't this discrete difference between, this is this type of storm and that's that type of storm. We're constantly responding to our customers, and I think you're creating work orders for all events.
Yes, correct.
Right, okay. Well, so you're creating work orders, for example, for like a Carver's pole, that would be one work order potentially? If it's unrelated to a storm?
We would initiate a process. We initiate a process for a Carver's pole that produces a work order.
Okay.
It's a turnover process, and it's also could be initiated through the outage management system, but storms, specifically, we initiate those, yes.
But for just like, let's say a failed piece of equipment that you have to go out, that your team has to go out and restore, you would establish an individual work order for that. That's unrelated, the failed piece of equipment that's unrelated to a storm.
Unrelated to a storm, yes. If there's a piece of equipment that requires a work order to capture capital costs, yes, the work order will be initiated through the turnover process and through trouble tickets.
What I'm trying to get at is the decision-making process that goes into establishing one work order for a storm. So how does the RSO leading up to whoever makes the ultimate decision to establish this work order, what factors are they considering? How are they deciding to say we need one work order for this event, for this event that'll contain multiple outages, multiple locations, and things like that?
Hold on one second. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, so we would initiate the work order based on, having to add additional resources to respond to a weather event that's forecasted.
Okay. Okay. Will a storm work order have sub work orders as part of it?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
It-
Okay.
It would have cost elements underneath it, though. I don't know if, now that I just want to make sure I understand what you mean by sub work order. So, there's an outside service.
Any work order have sub work? Is there such a thing as sub work orders?
No.
Okay. All right. That's okay. For pre-staging events, there's a single work order where all costs are captured, including any pre-storm and costs incurred pre-event, as well as any potential response and restoration work costs associated with that happened after or during the storm. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you wanted to capture only costs in advance of the storm, you would need two separate work orders, one to capture those costs and another to capture other costs. Would you have to, like, in order to differentiate the costs from pre-storm to post-storm?
I think that generating the work order is easy, is determine what falls in each bucket would be the difficulty.
Okay.
Making sure it's captured correctly every time.
Yeah. What would be the difficulty in that?
Just, what resources fall into the pre-staging, which don't, who's working, who's not working. It's not a simple task as it may sound.
Okay. I wanted to, I just have so we don't have to jump around. I just have some of the pre-filed testimony, some of the testimony, sections of the testimony for the screen. I want to turn first to ESIMT 2. And this is the original filing, I believe, and it's really just a list of the storms by date and work order. My first question is, if you look at this, you see a start date and end date. Can you tell me what the start date and the end date reflect? What that's meant to convey?
It would be the start date would be for a declared storm would be the date of declaration. The end would be when we return to normal operations.
Okay. How do you decide that you've returned to normal operations? What are the factors that?
When we're, able to handle, the remainder of the work with just our internal crews, we don't, there's always outages every day. So it's not a clear cut line. There's always outages coming in here.
Okay.
So it's, when you determine that you no longer need to have your IMT engaged, escalated resources. Now, at the end of the storm, you may still be partially activated. You may have sections of your IMT operations, public safety, community liaisons. There's still folks that may be activated, but towards the tail end of the storm, you start to deactivate branches within your IMT, and then you slowly go down to normal operations.
Okay, so that end date wouldn't be reflective of when restoration is substantially complete?
No.
Okay. Can you go to the next page, Robin? So on the next page, we have, it was a separate exhibit. It's IMT 3, page 34, and this also has the storms. But here it has, on the second to right, the column second from right, has the actual restoration duration. Does that mean substantially complete restoration, which is 99% customers restored?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Okay, so if we just focus on one here, let's look at MS-20J, which has a substantially complete restoration of 1.7. Does that look right?
That's what I read as
Okay.
well.
Robin, can you scroll back up? I just want to jump back and forth. So this has, if we go back to, keep going, Robin. If we go to MS-20J, I see that's line 12. I see it has a November 15th to November 19th. So if we have 1.7 days to substantially complete, there's then additional 2 or 3 or plus days. So what's happening in those 2 or 3 days after substantially complete?
We're making final repairs. We are working on non-outage events, part powers.
Okay.
There's quite a bit of activity within there.
Okay, I think I understand. Robin, can you keep on this page and scroll down to the pre-staging? So I think this also has pre-staging. What happens, so if we just look at the first pre-staging event, January 4th, 2018, I see a start date of January 3rd and an end date of January 8th. So what's happening in, 5 days or whatever that is?
I was going to say, if the witness needs to refer back to this event just to refresh your recollection, you can ask to do that.
Okay.
So we are on MS 18A, is that correct?
And maybe I'll just ask this question as first. I'll retract the last question for a second. Do the start and end dates sort of reflect the same kind of thing as you described earlier? Where you're getting that end date is the back to normal operation?
Can we look above for this event and see what the duration was to reach substantial completion?
Oh, it would be the next page, Robin, but I don't think pre-staging was on the next page. But you can look. And maybe it is there.
$18A.
Yeah, they need the individual exhibit.
I don't see it there.
Yeah. I don't have the exhibit to the original, like to the individual event. I don't have that off the top of my head. So I think Attorney Pace said if you wanted to refer to the details of that incident, I just don't have that exhibit available. So I can't help you there, but. Yeah.
Not sure if this is helpful or not, but exhibit CLP 26 appears to cover MS 18A. I don't know whether the information in there is helpful to the panel at all, but that's an exhibit that's about this event. So just throwing it out there. CLP 26. Oh, and Mr. Capozzi was asking about MS 18A, which is line of it, the pre-staging event, that's line 25 on the exhibit on the screen, so. And just to keep cross-examination efficient, I just want to check in with the witnesses. Do you feel like you need more time just to be able to refresh your recollection to respond to his question? Or would you like to request permission for a read-in or a late file?
Let's do a read-in or a late file, because I'm trying to find the exhibit with the details of the storm so I can answer your question appropriately.
I would be fine with that.
Okay,
And maybe the late file could be extended to each of the pre-staging events. A description of what, I'm not sure how to ask. A description of what, what end date means in this exhibit for each of the pre-staging events, and what activities or what factors the company used to determine what that end date was.
okay. How about reference exhibit IMT2, please explain how the end date, in quotes, for each pre-staging event was determined? That work, Mr. Capozzi?
That works.
Okay. That would be late file 28.
So it's the end date of the ERP or the declaration of return to operations, or just the date that, that date up there? Okay.
Yeah, I think Mr. Capozzi's question is just in this exhibit for each of these items, like so for item 1, how was January 8th, 2018 selected for item 2?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the motivation is really, why is it a 5-day, if an example, January 4, 2018, why is it a 5-day event for a pre-staging event? Okay, so I have one more set of questions. Robin, if you can scroll back up just a little bit back to the events. So I see, if you can look at the 2018, 2023 storm events, I see 3 rows, row 14, row 18, and row 19, where there's multiple work orders grouped together. And I want to understand, I want to ask at least one late file on this, and so maybe I would be amenable to a late file example in general. So actually, if we could, so for these events, it's the December 5th, 2020 event, the thunderstorm July 6th, 2021 event, and the Tropical Storm Elsa July 9th, 2021 event. For those 3 events, Robin, can you scroll down couple pages, I think to the last page, or a second, one more page. There we go. For each of those events, the company provided, this is an example of the November 15th, 2020 event. No, I'm sorry, go one more, Robin. No, it's not on there, never mind. All right, I'll pull up the reference in a second. 1 second. Okay, this is exhibit ESIMT 4-18. It looks like this, but it's for a different event. So maybe it's helpful to have this here. What I want to request is for those 3 events I identified or that I named that were on that table that had multiple work orders. What I would like to see, if possible, is a late file that shows a recreation of this table or this whole page, including you see the restoration curve, the outage map, so on and so forth, separately for each work order. Let me know if that's possible.
That would be difficult because the work orders are covering the same outages, so you wouldn't really be able to tell on which work order the outage occurred on.
Why did we, okay, so why do we have multiple work orders for an event?
That, I'm not sure why in this.
So subject to check, we could have set it up as a minor work order and the event materialized into a bigger event. We set up a major work order. I believe one of these, though, we may have set up 2 accidentally, so that's why we had issued 2 of them and then said, since both of them were out, some costs got onto 1 work order, so we just consolidated them for the filing.
Okay, I'm mostly interested in MS21F, which is exhibit ESIMT 418. Can you go to that? Can you go to page 1 of ESIMT 418?
Mr. Capozzi, are we still headed towards a late file, do you think, or?
Maybe.
Okay.
But not yet. And so, let me know when you're ready.
We're on MS21F, correct? Is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I am there.
So, so page 1 of ESIMT 4-18, which is not on the screen. This event, actually, you can pull back to the first screen because that'll be helpful. I think this event had 3 work orders associated with it. So that is, I believe 9. No, this says none of those. Okay. Yeah, okay. This is line number 18 with 2 work orders. And if you look, so that's on the screen here. If you look in the exhibit, I'm looking at the restoration curve. Do you see the restoration curve?
Yes.
And it looks like it has 3 peaks.
Yes.
So it looks to me like, and one peak looks to be about July 7th, another peak looks to be about July 8th, and another looks, though smaller, looks to be about July 9th. Does that look right to you? Okay.
Yes.
So to me, that looks like 3 events. Is that 3 different events?
It's like any heat wave. You could have multiple thunderstorms within a heat event. So that's what happened here. We had a heat event, which always has a thunderstorm. And that's what you're seeing within the outages. We had a heat event that went through the duration, and we had multiple thunderstorms within that heat event.
Okay. So do you recall the rationale for attributing 3 work orders to that event?
I do not, but most likely we created one for the heat event and then 2 for the thunderstorms, but it is one event.
Okay. Okay. Would some of the costs between those work orders overlap? I think that was potentially mentioned.
Definitely, yes.
They definitely would. Okay.
Yes.
Can you provide a representative example of how, of that actually occurring, at least one example of that occurring for this event?
Of work overlapping between work orders?
Yeah, that's right.
No, that would be very hard to do. We'd have to tie a resource to an outage event through multiple systems. It's not, we don't have the ability to do that within our systems.
Okay. You're not pulling cost data from a work order?
Yes, cost data comes from a work order, but that cost is associated with outages within our outage management system, which does not tie back to our work management system.
Okay, I'm a little lost.
Can I try to help?
Yes, please.
Chris, is it, I know I shouldn't be asking the panel questions, but is it possible he looked at this restoration curve that we never returned to normal operations and therefore it was kind of one continuous restoration?
Correct, and I think we got there earlier. There was one continuous event.
Okay, I'm still curious about why, how you can, so I thought I heard that two of these work orders may contain or definitely contain the same costs. So work is charged for the same work to multiple work orders?
Can I help with this one?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
okay.
So what happened here is when we set up the work orders, I think we had a little too precise and tried to set them up by region. And then, and that's really, so it's like, oh, it's coming to the east and then the west. And it's like, we really should have just had one work order. So that's, there was initially in there an east work, like a east work order and a west work order. And then we went to one work order. So that's the nuance there of why there's 3 of them.
Okay.
We stopped that, makes it a little confusing to me anyway.
But multiple work orders could have work recorded for the same work?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, so. when
So how do we know that the cost for that work is not now double counted?
It's definitely not double, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I'm
definitely
looking
not
for.
Double counted, so what ended up happening is, so if I send it out to you and you're in the east, you were charging that work order. John may have been in the west charging all for the same event. So the costs aren't duplicated, it's just where somebody charged their time or charged the invoice. But it's all related to that event. It was just work orders. We started to set them up by region and then said, we really should have one. Yes, it could be.
So he's trying to see about this region. Would it be possible for us to potentially find on each work order cost that were for like on one work order cost that span the whole event? Cost that span the whole event, on another work order cost that span the whole.
It's possible. We just have to look at every invoices would be.
Right, if you could say, just said it was by region, but the region, the work was for the whole event. Oh,
Sorry.
Can I just ask a clarifying question about the last thing you said? Because I think I understand what you're saying, but just to be clear, it sounds like what you're saying is, let's say hypothetically, someone allocates 20 hours of time to a particular storm. What may have happened here is that one work order might have 16 hours and one might have 4. Is that what you're saying? As opposed to one work order having 20 and another one having 20. I think that's the concern Mr. Capozzi has, and frankly, so would I. Because the concern is we don't want to pay for 20 hours twice.
No, you
But-
wouldn't have, you wouldn't have that. It would just be that some regions may have charged one work order and some another for the same storm event across Connecticut. So what we could do, if what you're looking for is we can take those 3 work orders, and if you're looking like the cost by day, we can show you, this is in this work, and map it out that way. So to show you that there isn't double charges there, it's just costs were accumulated on multiple work orders for the same event.
Okay. But I thought I heard before, I think that's a good idea, but before I formally request that, I thought I heard Mr. Calorio say that the work overlaps for the work orders. So now I'm confused.
But we were discussing work in response to the thunderstorm and work in response to the heat wave. So in that context, those two different events that cause damage to our system would be contained within the work orders.
Were you just saying that I think what you were saying was that the work for those two overlap for the same event? Is that what you meant, or?
Right, because throughout the duration of this heat event, we had thunderstorms embedded within the event. So what I was stating was that we can't separate thunderstorm work from work that's in response to the heat event. So heat failures and damage from the thunderstorms would be difficult to separate, or near impossible to separate within the work orders.
But one work order for the heat and the other were for the thunderstorms?
I think what we just heard was that the work orders were by region.
By region, okay.
So
Okay, fair
all
enough.
for that
Yeah.
one event,
Okay.
it was just multiple work orders, so.
I think I'm clear now. Okay, but Ms. Landry, you said you could provide, can you go over again what you could provide?
But if it's helpful, especially for this, we don't really have cost by day, but we could try to break out the labor and show you what the contractor costs are for this event, and do our best to do that for you if you want to see it across that time span. Excuse me.
Mr. Capozzi, I had a thought for a late file. I already typed it, but I want to make sure that I'm getting at what I think you're asking about. Well, the first question is to confirm the areas you're asking about would be lines 14, 18, and 19 here, which are the ones that have more than one work order. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so what I typed out was reference this exhibit, lines 14, 18, and 19. Please provide a narrative and support showing that costs are not double counted across the multiple work orders referenced in each of those lines. Does that get to what you were asking
Can you
about?
say that again?
Please provide a narrative and support showing that costs are not double counted across the multiple work orders referenced in each line.
Sure, that works.
Because I think, does that work for the panel? Because I think that's what we're hearing, is that you can show us, you can somehow alleviate that concern. And I don't know that it matters to Mr. Capozzi exactly how you show us. Is that fair, Mr. Capozzi?
That's fine.
Okay. So that would be late file 30.
Do you recall if in the record anywhere these costs for these events were provided separately by work order or no? I identified, like the costs identified separately. I know it's a large record.
Hold on, may I confer here? I'm going to shut this off.
If they can't track it down quickly, we can commit to respond to that question in the late file also.
But we'd have that detail in RSR 99 is where it would be by, all the details are there. For each of the events, we roll them all together for the filings, but
Okay,
RSR 99 has that detail.
okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much, panel.
Thank you. Just quickly going back to late file 30, sorry, did the panel say that it was or wasn't possible to show to present the kind of costs across the work orders by day? I wasn't sure.
Oops, my own, yes. So we really don't have cost by day. That's not how our financial systems work. But if it was easier for Mr. Capozzi to see that, we would have tried to undertake that manual effort to try to do that.
Okay,
I did not need that information.
okay. All right, I will leave late file 30 written as it is then. And are we all set with authority cross for today? Okay. So, like I said, I will give the Attorney General's office another offer. No cross? Okay. And deep, any cross? Okay. So Attorney Pace, I will again reiterate my offer. You can redirect now, you can redirect later, you could redirect twice. It's up to you.
Thank you for the offer. We appreciate that, but to be efficient, we'd prefer to go right after this panel. When we bring them back on next week, we'd like to then do the redirect.
Okay. So I think if are there any administrative matters to attack? I think we're all set on read-ins still. Right? Does that reflect your notes, Attorney Pace? That we don't have any outstanding read-ins?
Correct. I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
And also to confirm, we plan to produce the full revenue requirements and securitization panel and also the customer panel on Friday, Chairman.
Okay. That makes sense. So I think with that, we can adjourn for today. We can cancel this hearing for tomorrow. We'll return on Friday for panels 2 and 3 on the agenda. We'll hopefully complete both of those panels on Friday, given that there's a total of 1 hour of cross reserved for both panels. And then we will come back to this panel on April 1st. And as I indicated earlier, the plan would be to cycle through the same order of cross-examiners as is on the agenda for the panel now, meaning we would start with EOE and OCC. And of course, anyone can, if no one has any further cross, they can indicate that. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will see some of you back on Friday. Thank you.